The Sith spent 1,000 years building a plan to destroy the Jedi Order. Most Jedi in that order would never become a problem. A few were close calls, but 4 of them were specific threats the Sith Masters had to account for individually, each one threatening the plan in a way the others did not. The fear shows up in the historical records across 3 different eras, in the priorities the Sith Masters set, in the apprentices they recruited, and in the moments the plan almost broke entirely. None of these 4 Jedi knew at the time how much they had cost the Sith. Some of them never knew, but the Sith records that survived them confirm it from the other side. Ranked by the kind of fear each one produced, these are the 4 Jedi the Sith feared most. At number 4, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Obi-Wan faced more Sith Lords across his lifetime than any other Jedi of his generation. He defeated Darth Maul twice, bisecting him on Naboo as a Padawan, and killing him decades later on Tatooine as an old man. He defeated Anakin Skywalker on Mustafar after Anakin had become Darth Sidious's apprentice. He gave his life to Darth Vader on the Death Star at the exact moment that ensured the next generation could escape. None of those outcomes came from raw force power. They came from patience, defensive form, and a trust in the Force that the Sith never figured out how to break. Obi-Wan was not the strongest Jedi the Sith ever faced, he was the one they could not outlast. Obi-Wan Kenobi defeated Darth Maul, General Grievous, Anakin Skywalker, and Darth Vader. Yet for years, the popular narrative called him an average Jedi. After examining canon sources, a very different picture emerged. Obi-Wan was not the most powerful Jedi because of overwhelming strength in the Force. His advantage was far rarer. He trusted the Force more completely than almost anyone in the Order, and that trust shaped every duel he fought, every battle he survived, and every enemy he defeated. Chapter 1: Average Jedi Myth. For years, fans and content creators repeated the same story about Obi-Wan Kenobi. He had a low midichlorian count. He lacked the natural force potential of Anakin Skywalker, Yoda, or Mace Windu. His greatness came entirely from hard work and discipline, a Jedi who ground his way to the top through sheer determination alone. But the story had a problem. It was not true. No canonical source in all of Star Wars ever provided a midichlorian count for Obi-Wan Kenobi. The only confirmed count belonged to Anakin Skywalker, whose midichlorian concentration exceeded even Master Yoda's. But for Obi-Wan himself, no film, no novel, and no official reference book ever assigned a number. The entire foundation of the average Jedi narrative rested on a figure that did not exist in any official source. Yet a number did circulate. The specific figure most commonly cited online originated from a fan hoax website called Super Shadow. It was never real. In Claudia Gray's Master and Apprentice, Qui-Gon Jinn described his apprentice to the Council as strong in the Force. A master who understood what extraordinary looked like still called Obi-Wan strong. Obi-Wan only appeared average when measured against the most extreme example the galaxy had ever produced. Yet the popular misconception did contain a small truth. Obi-Wan's path to mastery was genuinely different from his peers. Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan's early relationship was difficult, though not for the reasons fans assumed. Qui-Gon admitted to the Council that the failure was his own. He feared they were a mismatch. Obi-Wan adhered strictly to the Jedi Code, while Qui-Gon followed his own moral compass and the living Force. Yet Qui-Gon even considered having Obi-Wan reassigned, privately reflecting that it was he who did not deserve Obi-Wan, not the other way around. A crisis on Pajal eventually solidified their bond permanently. This pairing shaped everything that followed. Qui-Gon's devotion to the living Force planted seeds in Obi-Wan that would not fully bloom for decades. The young Padawan who clung to the Jedi Code would eventually become the master who could dissolve himself entirely into the Force. But that transformation required loss first, and it required a choice that would redefine his entire approach to combat. It was never about how much potential Obi-Wan had, it was about how he used it differently from every other Jedi in the Order. That difference is what made him more powerful than they ever realized, and it began with a devastating loss on Naboo. Chapter 2: choosing Ceresu. On Naboo, in the plasma refinery complex adjacent to Theed Palace, Obi-Wan Kenobi watched his master die. The duel of the fates had separated them. Darth Maul exploited the facility's cycling laser gates to split the two Jedi apart, forcing Qui-Gon Jinn to fight the Sith Lord alone in a narrow corridor. Qui-Gon had practiced Form 4, known as Ataru. It was an offensive approach defined by acrobatic leaps, wide sweeping strikes, and constant momentum. Ataru required open space to function. In the confined corridor between the laser gates, Qui-Gon's strikes and acrobatics had no room, and he tired rapidly against Maul's relentless assault. When the opening came, Maul drove his blade through Qui-Gon's torso. Obi-Wan saw it all from behind the final laser gate. He cannot reach his master in time. After defeating Maul and enduring the grief that followed, Obi-Wan made a deliberate and permanent decision. He abandoned Ataru entirely. The form that had failed Qui-Gon in that corridor demanded aggression, momentum, and open space. Obi-Wan chose the opposite path. He devoted himself to Form 3, Ceresu, a defensive discipline built on patience, efficiency, and the willingness to let the fight come to him instead of chasing it. The contrast between the two forms could not have been sharper. Where Ataru was aggressive and acrobatic, Ceresu was patient and efficient. It thrived in any environment, required no open space, and had originally been developed as a response to the growing use of blasters across the galaxy. Over generations, those deflection principles expanded into a complete combat system built around one core idea: near total defense. A Ceresu practitioner kept a lightsaber close to the body in tight, precise arcs. Every deflection used exactly the energy required, and nothing more. Footwork was minimal and deliberate rather than flashy. The practitioner studied the opponent's patterns in real time, absorbing every strike while presenting no openings in return. When the enemy finally made a strike, because relentless fighters always did, Obi-Wan would be ready. One strike, one opening. That was all Ceresu needed. It rewarded the Jedi who trusted the fight to reveal its own answer. The progression across Obi-Wan's career proved the commitment. The Padawan who had flipped, lunged, and attacked with raw force against Maul on Naboo became a composed Jedi who stood his ground with measured, compact blade work during the Clone Wars. His stance narrowed, his movements shrank. By the final year of the war, nothing in his technique was wasted. Form 5, known as Gemso, was Anakin Skywalker's preferred combat form. Practitioners had developed it because they felt Form 3 was too passive, turning defense into a direct counterattack through raw power. Yet the irony ran deep. Gemso had been designed to move beyond Ceresu's limitations. But Obi-Wan's victory on Mustafar would later demonstrate that Ceresu's patient defense could absorb those power strikes without being overwhelmed. The offensive fighter depended on momentum, and the longer a duel lasted, the wider the gap became. What Ceresu alone could not account for was Obi-Wan's full power. The form kept him alive, but survival was not the same as victory. What turned Obi-Wan from a great defender into one of the most dangerous Jedi of his era was how deeply he trusted the Force in combat, letting it guide his movements rather than forcing outcomes. Most Jedi imposed their will in a fight. Obi-Wan allowed the Force to dictate it, and the first true test of that trust came against a Sith Lord who had already taken everything from him. Chapter 3: Eternal Nemesis. No rivalry in Obi-Wan Kenobi's life lasted longer or cost him more than his war with Darth Maul. It began on Naboo and ended on Tatooine, spanning decades and defining both warriors in ways neither could escape. When the laser gates finally opened on Naboo, Obi-Wan charged Darth Maul with everything he had. He fought recklessly, swinging without discipline. Maul exploited it effortlessly. He kicked Obi-Wan's lightsaber into the reactor shaft and left him dangling over the pit with no weapon and no leverage. The Sith Lord stood above him, savoring the moment. By every measure, the duel was over. Then something shifted. Obi-Wan found calm. In a single motion, he launched himself from the shaft, called Qui-Gon's fallen lightsaber to his hand through the Force, and cut Maul in half before the Sith Lord could react. A Padawan had struck down a Sith Lord in single combat, the first Jedi to do so in approximately 1,000 years. But Maul survived. As the Clone Wars revealed, he returned with cybernetic legs and a singular obsession: destroying the Jedi who had left him for dead. Alongside his brother Savage Opress, Maul hunted Obi-Wan across multiple engagements, and in every encounter, he targeted the same weakness. On Raydonia, Maul lured Obi-Wan into a trap by massacring civilians, captured him, and taunted him that his emotions made him vulnerable. He was right. Every time Maul provoked that vulnerability, Obi-Wan's Suresu weakened. It was the weapon most Jedi never learned to survive, and the very weakness that would one day make him stronger than all of them. Then, Maul struck where no lightsaber could defend. On Mandalore, he captured Duchess Satine Kryze, the woman Obi-Wan had loved. Maul impaled her with the darksaber directly in front of Obi-Wan, deliberately mirroring the way he had killed Qui-Gon years earlier. This was not a duel, it was psychological warfare. Obi-Wan was imprisoned and eventually rescued by Bo-Katan's Night Owls. But the wound Maul left that day went far beyond anything a lightsaber could inflict. Maul had weaponized emotion itself, and he believed it would destroy Obi-Wan permanently. It did not. In time, Obi-Wan would master what Maul never could: control. Yet 17 years later on Tatooine, Obi-Wan proved that none of it had broken him. Maul tracked him to the desert by manipulating Ezra Bridger. When they stood face to face, Obi-Wan dismissed Maul's philosophy of domination as ultimately empty. He only ignited his lightsaber when Maul realized he was protecting someone. Then came the sequence that demonstrated everything Obi-Wan had become. He shifted between stances, moving from Suresu to his own guard before settling into his former master's Ataru stance, saber held to the side in an open posture. Each shift was a message. Suresu said he could defend against anything Maul had. Ataru said he made peace with the form that had cost him Qui-Gon. And the open posture said he was not afraid. Where Maul approached this duel fueled by 30 years of hatred, Obi-Wan approached it with 30 years of patience. He was not trying to overpower Maul, he was waiting for Maul to overpower himself. The final switch was a deliberate trap. By adopting Qui-Gon's form, Obi-Wan baited Maul into attempting the same hilt strike that had killed Qui-Gon decades earlier. Maul took the bait. Obi-Wan anticipated the strike, countered it, and slashed through Maul's blade and across his chest in a single motion, 3 strikes in under 4 seconds. He cradled the dying Maul. With his final breath, Maul asked about the one Obi-Wan was protecting and found peace in learning it was the chosen one. 30 years of warfare, grief, and psychological torment ended in 4 seconds of absolute clarity. He won because he no longer fought for dominance. He fought with certainty. Maul, for all his rage and raw power, never achieved that clarity. The Force had guided every motion. All Obi-Wan had to do was listen. Maul never learned how. And that certainty would next be tested against a threat unlike anything Suresu had faced before. 4 lightsabers wielded simultaneously by a single opponent. Chapter 4: The Negotiator. Obi-Wan Kenobi was not invincible, and no opponent exposed his weakness more clearly than Count Dooku. On Geonosis, Dooku's Form 2 dismantled Obi-Wan's defense with elegant precision and left him wounded on the hangar floor. Aboard the Invisible Hand, years later, Obi-Wan's Suresu had improved dramatically, but Dooku adapted. Rather than trying to break the defense with a blade, he used the Force to hurl Obi-Wan across the room and crush him under a balcony. Suresu could hold against virtually any lightsaber. It offered no protection when the weapon was the Force. Every loss sharpened his understanding of his own limitations. Every failure fed directly into the discipline that made his victories possible. But where most Jedi responded to defeat by training harder or fighting more aggressively, Obi-Wan responded by becoming more patient. That patience defined far more than his lightsaber technique. During the Clone Wars, Obi-Wan earned a title that no other Jedi carried. General Grievous himself addressed him by it in Revenge of the Sith, the Negotiator. The name reflected how Obi-Wan approached every conflict. Where other Jedi drew their weapons, Obi-Wan looked for the solution that did not require one. Most Jedi met aggression with aggression. Obi-Wan met it with composure. That difference defined why he survived opponents who overwhelmed others. The contrast with Anakin Skywalker sharpened this distinction further. As Mike Chen's Brotherhood explored, Anakin's connection to the Force was instinctive and overwhelming, letting him feel the solution to a problem before he understood it. Obi-Wan's path was methodical. He studied, prepared, and analyzed every angle before committing to action. Where Anakin relied on instinct, Obi-Wan relied on preparation and patience. Anakin imposed his will on the Force. Obi-Wan let it guide him. Yoda recognized this quality and assigned Obi-Wan one of the most critical tasks in Jedi history, learning the technique of preserving consciousness after death. Not because he was the strongest, because he was the most disciplined. This was the Jedi the Council chose when they needed someone to kill General Grievous, a cyborg warlord who had never been defeated in sustained combat. Chapter 5. Only One Jedi. General Grievous was not a Force user, but he had killed more Jedi than most Sith Lords in galactic history. The cyborg warlord carried stolen blades as trophies, each one taken from a Jedi he had personally defeated. His cybernetic body had been engineered for combat, with lightsaber dueling as one of its primary functions. 4 arms allowed him to wield 4 weapons simultaneously, spinning them at speeds that staggered even experienced Jedi Masters. His mechanical frame felt no fatigue and no pain. Against Grievous, traditional lightsaber dueling became a survival exercise. The Jedi Council understood this threat intimately. Obi-Wan Kenobi faced Grievous more than any other Jedi during the Clone Wars. Their encounters stretched across numerous engagements with mixed results. Grievous escaped repeatedly. In some encounters, he captured Obi-Wan outright. In others, Obi-Wan gained the upper hand only for the general to flee before the fight could conclude. Neither could finish the other. But when the time came to end Grievous permanently, the Council did not send Anakin Skywalker, the Chosen One, whose raw strength in the Force dwarfed nearly everyone in the Order. They did not send Mace Windu, the Order's most feared duelist and co-creator of the lethal Vapad form. They sent Obi-Wan Kenobi, the Jedi whose composure and defensive mastery made him uniquely suited for an opponent built to overwhelm aggression. In a duel defined by endurance, not dominance, Obi-Wan was the strongest choice they had. Grievous fought with 4 lightsabers in aggressive, relentless flurries designed to shatter an opponent's guard through sheer volume. Most combat forms cannot sustain defense against that kind of multi-blade assault. Suresu could, and no one embodied it more completely. Its emphasis on tight, efficient defense from every angle meant it could absorb that pressure without breaking. On Utapau, Obi-Wan dropped behind Grievous from the upper levels of the Sinkhole City with the casual confidence of a veteran. After dispatching Grievous's Magna Guard bodyguards, Obi-Wan faced the general alone. Grievous split his arms into 4 and ignited 4 Jedi blades, spinning the first 2 like rotary saws as intimidation. The assault began immediately. Obi-Wan anchored himself in Suresu and held. The blades came from every direction, high and low, left and right, all 4 striking in rapid sequence. Obi-Wan's lightsaber moved in controlled arcs, deflecting each strike with the minimum energy required. He did not retreat. He did not panic. He studied Grievous's patterns in real time, absorbing the onslaught while waiting for the openings he knew would come. They came. Obi-Wan systematically cut off 2 of Grievous's hands, reducing the assault from 4 blades to 2. He then disarmed Grievous completely. The general, now stripped of every stolen weapon, fled on a wheelbike across Utapau's sinkhole terrain. Obi-Wan pursued on his Varactyl Mount Boga, racing through multiple levels of the city as the two traded attacks at high speed. When they clashed again, it was hand to hand. Grievous's cyborg body gave him crushing physical strength that overpowered Obi-Wan in close quarters, but Obi-Wan found an opening and ripped apart Grievous's chest plates, exposing the organic tissue beneath. Hanging from a ledge as Grievous advanced with an electro staff, Obi-Wan reached through the Force and pulled a fallen blaster to his hand. He fired 5 shots into the exposed cavity, igniting Grievous from within. The general collapsed in flames. Obi-Wan tossed the blaster aside, remarking that the weapon was uncivilized. The Jedi who finally destroyed Grievous did not do it through superior force power or aggressive swordsmanship. He did it through patience, adaptability, and the willingness to abandon his weapon when the moment demanded it. But his greatest test still waited on Mustafar. The opponent there knew every technique Obi-Wan possessed, and carried enough power in the Force to break any defense through will alone. Chapter 6: Mustafar's Duel. The duel on Mustafar was the longest lightsaber fight in the entire Star Wars saga. It stretched approximately 11 minutes and 42 seconds across the interior of the Separatist Control Facility, along metal walkways suspended over rivers of lava, across floating collection platforms, and a volcanic embankment where the fight finally reached its conclusion. No other duel in the films came close to this scale. But the length was not the spectacle for its own sake. It was a direct consequence of how well these two fighters knew each other. They had trained together, sparred together, and fought side by side for over 13 years. Obi-Wan had watched Anakin grow from a 9-year-old boy on Tatooine into the most gifted Jedi of his generation. Anakin had learned nearly everything he knew about lightsaber combat under Obi-Wan's guidance. That mutual knowledge turned what should have been a decisive confrontation into a grinding war of attrition that neither could end. Anakin Skywalker fought with Form 5 Gem So. His connection to the dark side amplified the Form's raw power and aggressive counterattacks. His swings carried more force than they ever had before, and his speed and endurance had been pushed beyond their natural limits by rage. He was younger, faster, mechanically stronger, and fueled by a connection to the Force that Obi-Wan could not match. Obi-Wan fought with Ceresu. He gave ground deliberately, maintaining his guard while conserving energy that Anakin was spending freely. And he waited. This was a war between two opposing philosophies made physical. Anakin attacked with the belief that enough power would eventually shatter any defense. Obi-Wan defended with the knowledge that enough patience would eventually expose any flaw. For minutes that stretched across the entire facility, the two remained locked in a combat loop that neither could break. Every combination Anakin launched, Obi-Wan had already seen in training. Every defensive pattern Obi-Wan employed, Anakin had already studied for years. The environment itself became a weapon as the duel moved beyond the facility and onto the lava fields. Floating platforms carried them down rivers of molten rock. Collection arms swung overhead as both combatants leaped between unstable surfaces. The heat alone would have been unbearable for anyone not sustained by the Force. Lava eruptions forced constant repositioning, turning the battlefield into something no amount of sparring could have prepared them for. Through all of it, Obi-Wan maintained his composure. He continued doing exactly what Ceresu demanded: survive, observe, and wait for the moment his opponent's discipline broke. That moment came on the embankment above the lava river. Obi-Wan reached stable ground on the high slope. He told Anakin that the fight was over and that he held the advantage, but Anakin, consumed by rage and absolute certainty in his own power, attempted a leaping flip over Obi-Wan's position. Obi-Wan met the leap with a single clean strike and severed Anakin's left arm and both legs in one motion. The stronger Jedi attacked, the wiser Jedi waited. Only one of those philosophies survived Mustafar. Power without control burns itself out. The Chosen One lay burning at the lava's edge. Obi-Wan stood above him. What followed carried the weight of everything they had been to each other. Obi-Wan told Anakin that he had been the Chosen One, that he had been his brother, Anakin responded only with hatred. Obi-Wan collected Anakin's lightsaber and walked away, unable to deliver the killing blow against the man he had raised and fought beside since boyhood. The Jedi who could outlast any opponent in combat could not bring himself to end this one. It was the one battle Ceresu could not win, because the enemy was someone Obi-Wan still loved. Darth Vader survived Mustafar because Obi-Wan Kenobi cannot stop being who he was. And the cost of that mercy would not become clear until a decade later, when the man he had left burning came back to find him. Chapter 7: Broken Exile. 10 years after Mustafar, Obi-Wan Kenobi was a broken man. He lived in hiding on Tatooine, watching over the young Luke Skywalker from a distance while working as a meat cutter in the desert heat. Training and meditation had stopped years ago. His connection to the Force had severely weakened. Guilt over Anakin's fall consumed him. He tried repeatedly to reach Qui-Gon Jinn through the Force, but every attempt failed. The connection he needed most remained blocked by the grief he could not release. When an Inquisitor named Reva orchestrated the kidnapping of young Leia Organa, Bail Organa turned to the only Jedi he trusted. The scheme lured Obi-Wan off Tatooine and back into the open, where Darth Vader was waiting. Their first confrontation in a decade took place on Mapuzo, and it was barely a fight. Obi-Wan Ceresu had degraded severely after 10 years of inactivity. Vader overpowered him effortlessly, dragging him through fire and leaving him burned and barely conscious. The man who had once stood above Vader on Mustafar was now helpless. But the mission to protect Leia gave Obi-Wan something he had lacked since Mustafar: a reason to fight that pointed forward rather than backward. He was no longer carrying guilt, he was carrying responsibility. That shift changed everything. To protect the Path Network, Obi-Wan lured Vader to a desolate, rocky moon for a second confrontation. Vader again gained the early advantage and buried Obi-Wan alive under tons of rock and debris. In darkness, Obi-Wan reached for the one thing that still mattered. He focused on memories of Luke and Leia, the children he had sworn to protect. That emotional connection reignited his bond with the Force in a surge that blasted the rubble away. Vader acknowledged that his strength had returned. Defense had always been his foundation, now it had something to stand on. What followed was a very different Obi-Wan entirely. He shifted from defense to furious offense, pelting Vader with Force-hurled rocks before closing the distance with his lightsaber. One decisive slash cut through Vader's helmet, exposing the scarred face of Anakin Skywalker beneath. The Jedi who once relied almost entirely on defense now demonstrated power that rivaled the Sith Lord he had trained. What changed was not his power, it was that he stopped trying to carry it alone. Obi-Wan, weeping, told Vader that he was sorry for everything that had happened. Vader made his position clear. Anakin Skywalker was gone, destroyed by his own hand. Obi-Wan called Vader by his Sith name, not Anakin, and said goodbye. Then he walked away for the second time, again choosing not to deliver the killing blow, but this time the choice was not born from inability, it was born from closure. With that burden lifted, the silence finally broke. On Tatooine, the Force ghost of Qui-Gon Jinn appeared before Obi-Wan for the first time. The master he had been calling to for 10 years had been present all along, waiting for Obi-Wan to find the peace necessary to perceive him. Now the training could begin. This was the final lesson of Obi-Wan Kenobi's journey. The Force Ghost technique demanded exactly what Ceresu had always demanded: surrender. Not the defeat of an enemy, but the release of the self, so complete that consciousness could persist beyond death. The Padawan who had once clung to rage on Naboo, the master who had clung to grief on Tatooine, finally learned to cling to nothing at all. And what that surrender ultimately meant for Obi-Wan and for the legacy of the Jedi would become clear only in the moments before his final breath. Chapter 8: Living Force. On the Death Star 19 years after the fall of the Republic, Obi-Wan Kenobi faced Darth Vader for the last time. The duel itself was brief and measured. There were no acrobatic leaps, no explosive changes of power. Two old enemies met in a corridor with lightsabers drawn, and for a few moments the blades connected in slow, deliberate strikes. Stormtroopers gathered at the edges of the hangar bay to watch. Obi-Wan was no longer fighting to win, he was not even fighting to survive. He was fighting to buy time. Luke Skywalker and his companions needed to reach the Millennium Falcon. Obi-Wan held his ground in the corridor, keeping Vader engaged while the escape unfolded behind them. Vader pressed forward with heavy strikes, but Obi-Wan absorbed each one without yielding ground. When he saw that Luke had reached the ship, Obi-Wan did something no other Jedi in the saga had done before. He raised his lightsaber in front of his face, closed his eyes, and stopped fighting entirely. Vader's blade passed through him. His body vanished. His robes fell empty to the floor. It was the ultimate act of Seresu, defense through sacrifice itself. He removed himself from the battlefield so completely that the enemy had nothing left to strike. The technique Yoda had entrusted to him years earlier was now complete. Obi-Wan Kenobi became one with the Force, his consciousness preserved beyond death, able to guide the next generation from a place no Sith could follow. The journey that led to this moment stretched back decades. A Padawan dangling over a reactor shaft on Naboo found calm when everything demanded panic, and killed a Sith Lord with a single motion. Over the years that followed, a Jedi Knight abandoned the aggressive form that had failed his master and devoted his life to a defensive discipline that thrived on patience. On Mustafar, a Jedi Master refused to match the Chosen One's aggression and defeated him by outlasting him. Buried alive under tons of rock a decade later, a broken exile reconnected with the Force by remembering what he was protecting rather than what he had lost. And on the Death Star, an old warrior let go of life itself so that the next generation could survive. Obi-Wan Kenobi was never average. His path was simply different from the path of raw power that defined Anakin Skywalker, Mace Windu, and Yoda. He chose patience over dominance, trust over control, and surrender over force. He mastered something that strength alone can never teach, and it allowed him to transcend death itself. No other Jedi of his generation surrendered to the Force so completely and survived it.
The Jedi who trained Darth Vader spent 20 years hiding in a desert cave, waiting for the right moment to finish what he'd started. Obi-Wan Kenobi is often remembered as the perfect Jedi Master, calm under pressure, diplomatic in crisis, firm in his commitment to the code. But the actual story of his life reveals something far more complex. At 13, he became Qui-Gon Jinn's apprentice. By 16, he was a terrified apprentice who couldn't sit still long enough to meditate without drowning in self-doubt. At 25, he became both a Jedi Knight and a master to a Padawan on the same day, inheriting a student he had no idea how to train. During the Clone Wars, he watched the peacekeeping order transform into a military force, compromising principles he'd spent his entire life defending. And in exile, he spent nearly 2 decades on Tatooine, protecting a boy from the same darkness that had consumed his former apprentice. Understanding how a frightened teenager became the man who sacrificed everything to help defeat the Empire requires examining the complete arc of his life. The Jedi Master's legacy wasn't built on being flawless. According to the sources we'll examine, it was built on learning when to follow the rules, when to break them, and ultimately, when to step aside completely. His story spans 6 decades of galactic history, from the height of the Jedi Order to its destruction to the eventual defeat of the Sith. This is the complete canon history of Obi-Wan Kenobi. Not the myth of the perfect Jedi, but the documented account of a man who learned that sometimes the greatest strength is knowing when to let go. Chapter 1: The Apprentice Years. During his apprentice years, Obi-Wan Kenobi looked like the model Jedi. He was disciplined, skilled in basic lightsaber combat, and completely devoted to the code. He could recite protocols from memory and execute training exercises without hesitation. However, that polished surface hit a young man crushed by fear and doubt, desperate to prove he belonged in an order that seemed ready to reject him at any moment. He wasn't afraid of the dark side yet. He was afraid of being left behind. The novel Padawan states that the teenage apprentice believed that anything worthwhile in the Jedi Order had to be difficult or undesirable. Meditation terrified him because it forced him to confront his weaknesses. While he could run combat forms in his sleep, sitting still and opening himself to the Force felt impossible. Every session revealed the same fears: fear of losing his friends, fear of never becoming a knight, fear of failing to help the galaxy with the power he barely understood. The worst part was that his own master seemed determined to make everything harder. The tension between them wasn't just about teaching methods, but about survival. The young apprentice watched other Master-Padawan pairs move through missions with clear communication and mutual understanding, teams that functioned like well-oiled machines. Then he looked at his own partnership and saw chaos. His master often seemed absent or withdrawn, then returned with cryptic comments about the living force and expected understanding of lessons that were never clearly taught. When the young Jedi asked direct questions, he received indirect answers. When he requested structure, he got philosophy, and the gap between what he needed and what he received grew wider every day. The worst part was that the apprentice could see his master's brilliance. He watched Qui-Gon resolve conflicts that seemed impossible and navigate political situations that would have destroyed lesser diplomats. But understanding his master's effectiveness didn't make it any easier to replicate. The young Padawan felt like he was expected to learn a language by watching someone speak it fluently without ever being taught the grammar. Qui-Gon Jinn was the exact opposite of what the young Padawan needed. The young apprentice found it impossible to guess what would please the elder Jedi. Meanwhile, his master stayed at the temple meditating while other Padawans went on exciting missions across the galaxy. The relationship between them was built on friction, and the Master and Apprentice book reveals that the teenager preferred written rules because they reduced uncertainty. His master's constant deviation from standard procedures looked like sloppiness to his apprentice. During a mission on Teth, he told Kenobi to handle the door. The literal-minded Padawan stabbed the controls with his lightsaber, accidentally disabling floating platforms and turning their escape into a disaster. Master Yoda had intentionally paired them together. While most Padawans rebelled by breaking rules, Yoda knew that pairing the young Jedi with the unconventional Jedi Master would force the boy to rebel by becoming the perfect rule follower. It was a calculated move designed to challenge both of them. However, it also created a relationship filled with constant tension and misunderstanding. The apprentice suffered from rumors that his master never chose him. Whispers spread through the temple that Master Yoda had asked his teacher to take the boy as a favor, using the apprenticeship to keep the strong-willed Jedi connected to the Council. Whether true or not, these rumors haunted him and fed his deep sense of inadequacy. Then came the moment that changed everything. Desperate to prove himself, the young Padawan discovered coordinates left by an ancient wayseeker named Orla Jareni. The coordinates pointed to Lenara, a mystery planet that promised adventure and purpose. He used creative interpretations of the truth to convince Qui-Gon they needed to investigate. When his master failed to show up at the designated time, Kenobi made a decision that broke every rule he claimed to follow. He stole a T-5 shuttle and went to Lenara alone. On that distant world, the young Jedi encountered a group of feral, Force-sensitive teenagers who used the Force recklessly, without the discipline or respect the Jedi Order demanded. They challenged everything the apprentice thought he understood. During a fight against mining droids and the criminal Logrib, he recognized that his rigid approach to the Force had been blocking his own potential. His fear had created a dam that prevented him from truly connecting with the energy field around him. In that critical moment, the Padawan stopped trying to control the Force and instead invited it in. He defeated the droids and low grip not through overwhelming strength, but by trusting the Force to guide him to the right place at the right time. Using a single small rock, he tipped the balance of the entire battle. It was a lesson in adaptation over rules, one that would define the rest of his life. When he returned to the temple, the young Jedi discovered that his master had likely overslept on purpose. The Jedi Master had forced him into that adversity intentionally, knowing the Padawan needed to find his own balance without guidance. The realization shifted something inside him. He stopped obsessing over whether he fit the stereotype of a perfect Jedi and began accepting that his purpose was to serve the Force, even if his path looked different from what the Order expected. The same novel details that Kenobi's transformation became clear during the Pijal crisis. The mission to that world forced him to choose between loyalty to his master and loyalty to the Council, and he chose the Council. Qui-Gon refused to sign a treaty that would legally allow the Zerka Corporation to continue using slavery. He cited a Force vision warning a disaster. The Padawan viewed this refusal as a violation of their mandate from the Republic and the Jedi Council. After reaching what felt like an impossible dead end, the young Jedi did something almost unheard of. He contacted the Council behind his master's back and reported his teacher's behavior as reckless and dangerous. The Council responded by naming him the rightful representative of the Republic for the treaty ceremony. They ordered the Padawan to complete the mission his master had abandoned. It was a devastating moment for their relationship, yet it also revealed the apprentice's core belief: when the Code and his master's conscience clashed, the Code had to win. During the violence on Pijal, something shifted in the young Jedi's combat abilities. While fighting on the moon, he reached a focused state he had struggled to achieve for years. The basic lightsaber patterns his master had drilled into him became instinct, allowing him to move through blaster fire almost untouchable. He finally understood what the Elder Jedi had been preparing him for. Then, Princess Fanry sabotaged his weapon by replacing his Kyber crystal with an orange Kolin crystal. The altered lightsaber functioned completely differently, forcing the Padawan to adapt mid-combat. Ironically, the change allowed him to bypass specific energy shields designed to block traditional Jedi blades. It was another lesson in flexibility, though he didn't fully appreciate it yet. The Pijal mission changed something essential in how the young Jedi viewed the Code. Before, he had seen the rules as absolute truth, but now he understood they were guidelines that sometimes conflicted with reality. The treaty he completed on the Council's orders did prevent immediate war, yet it also allowed slavery to continue under legal protection. His master had been wrong to abandon the mission, but he'd been right about the moral cost, and that contradiction haunted the Padawan. He had followed the rules and betrayed his master's trust while serving the Council and enabling injustice. There was no clean victory, no moment where doing the right thing felt completely right. It was the first time he realized that being a Jedi might mean living with those contradictions forever. Just before the Naboo crisis, as recounted in the Living Force novel, the apprentice and his master undertook a mission to stop pirates on Quen. They infiltrated the flagship randomizer by landing maintenance pods on the hull during atmospheric entry. Once aboard, the young Jedi combined combat skill with sharp negotiation to convince 3 pirates to help them take control of the bridge. Later, he piloted a Delta 7 starfighter into a collapsing mountain, hovering steady while extracting 3 Jedi Masters as rocks rained down around him. The same book published that Kenobi struggled with the Jedi concept of no attachments. During a conversation with Yoda and Qui-Gon, he questioned why Master Depa Billaba chose to save a single girl instead of completing a mission to defeat a pirate leader. His teacher's response cut through all the Padawan's rigid thinking by explaining that attachments themselves were not the problem, but indifference was. That lesson was still settling in his mind when they arrived on Naboo, and everything fell apart. The Naboo crisis became the Padawan's first true test under galactic pressure. While his master dueled the Sith Lord Darth Maul, energy barriers separated the young Jedi from the fight. He was forced to watch helplessly as the Jedi Master battled alone. Then, Maul's blade pierced his teacher's chest, and the sound of the elder Jedi's torn, anguished scream carved itself into the apprentice's memory forever. The young Jedi became a Jedi Knight hours after his master died. There was no ceremony or a celebration, but a field promotion granted in the immediate aftermath of losing the only person who truly understood him. The Council had initially refused to train Anakin Skywalker, but he defied their judgment. He gave his word that he would train the boy, honoring the dying wish of a master who had spent years pushing him toward independence. The young knight didn't believe the boy was the chosen one. However, he chose to honor the prophecy because Qui-Gon had believed it. The newly promoted Jedi transitioned from a Padawan who demanded certainty to a knight forced to navigate a future that was always in motion. The perfect Jedi myth he had tried so hard to embody was already cracking, and the boy he had just promised to train would shatter it completely. Chapter 2: Anakin's Guardian. Taking Anakin Skywalker as his apprentice was not a choice Obi-Wan Kenobi made because he wanted to be a teacher. It was a sacred obligation, a promise made to a dying man. In the book Brotherhood, the young knight often reminded himself that he had sworn to Qui-Gon Jinn that he would protect and train the boy. Years later, as a Jedi Master reflecting on how everything went wrong, he wondered if he had tried too hard to live up to that dying request instead of being the mentor his Padawan actually needed. The foundation of their bond was built on faith, not planning, and as detailed in Skywalker, A Family at War, the newly promoted Jedi gave his word to train the boy despite the Council's refusal. This created unique pressure where he became a Jedi Knight and a Master simultaneously, tasked with molding the chosen one before he had fully settled into his own rank. The age gap made everything worse. The newly promoted knight was still processing his own master's death when he took responsibility for a traumatized child who had been enslaved, freed, told he was special, rejected by the Council, and then thrust into training with someone barely older than a Padawan himself. Neither of them had the emotional tools to handle what they were being asked to do. The Council observed their unconventional partnership with unease. Master Yoda and Mace Windu had been cautious of Anakin from the beginning, a tension that persisted throughout his training. Meanwhile, the two of them struggled through missions that exposed every flaw in their relationship. The young knight tried to be patient, but he didn't have patience yet, just as he tried to teach humility when he was still learning it himself. He was 25 when he took on a 9-year-old Padawan. Their relationship felt more like siblings than teacher and student. Instead of a clear hierarchy, there was constant instability. The boy challenged his master in ways other Padawans would never dare, and the young Jedi struggled to balance strict discipline with the affection of an older brother. Revealed in the same source, they were described as an unusual match from the start. The elder followed every rule, while his apprentice was willful and impatient. The younger boy's raw power and technical genius made the slow, repetitive nature of Jedi discipline feel like torture. He was a mechanical prodigy and a natural pilot, which meant he could succeed through intuition alone. That made his master's careful lessons seem redundant. He was too cautious, trying to compensate for the Padawan being too reckless. The dynamic created a feedback loop where each pushed the other further toward their extremes. The early years were defined by constant friction, and the Jedi Master viewed himself as the safety lock on his student's impulses, constantly trying to prevent the boy from spiraling out of control. While the younger Jedi excelled at pulling off impossible feats through sheer passion and speed, his methods clashed with his master's measured, clinical thinking. In combat, they moved as two ends of an infinite rope. One was strong and dangerous, while the other moved with controlled, precise attacks. When they synchronized, they became nearly unstoppable. The Padawan's fighting style was described as a hurricane of flashing blue energy, contrasting sharply with Kenobi's controlled precision. However, their dynamics shifted dramatically once his apprentice became a knight. The war severed the protective chain of their apprenticeship, and the younger man felt free to drift among his instincts and passions. The elder Jedi's role as guardian became nearly impossible to maintain without the formal structure to back it up. The transition from master and apprentice to equals created permanent instability. They were now brothers, at least on paper. That meant he had to rely on persuasion and trust instead of authority, but his former student was not always willing to listen. Even as a newly promoted knight, Skywalker struggled with basic Jedi principles. When teaching younglings about humility, he awkwardly explained it as simply knowing when to ask for help. It was clear he didn't understand the concept at all. That passion was a burning fire that could either protect him or incinerate him completely. The Jedi Master eventually admitted something that terrified him. The same sources made it clear that without his partner's resourcefulness and stubbornness, he felt like he was missing a limb or flying blind during critical missions. They had become so dependent on each other that separation felt like a physical wound. Their bond was joined not just by rules or training, but by the steady faith Qui-Gon had placed in both of them. That faith created a bond more powerful and fragile than any formal Jedi obligation. Kenobi realized their lives were tied together in ways that went beyond what the Order could understand or approve. The problem was that his growing attachment to his Padawan directly violated everything the Jedi taught. The Order demanded no attachments, and he knew this. Yet, he couldn't stop himself from becoming overly protective. Some council members felt this prevented the younger Jedi from learning from his own mistakes or facing necessary emotional trials. That attachment created a blind spot that would prove disastrous. The Jedi Master was deeply aware of his apprentice's forbidden feelings for Padme Amidala. The book recounted that he sensed the specific frequency of curiosity, adoration, joy, anxiety, and fear that the young knight radiated whenever she was mentioned or present. He viewed this passion as a dangerous liability during war, yet he had no idea how to address it directly. His own hypocrisy made the situation worse. The young knight had experienced his own youthful temptation regarding Duchess Satine of Mandalore. That memory made him feel like a fraud whenever he tried to judge his students' attachments. While Master Mace Windu viewed Skywalker's emotional nature with open disapproval, Chancellor Palpatine manipulated the situation brilliantly. Palpatine told the young knight that his immense heart made him a stronger person, contrasting it directly with the perceived lack of empathy in the Jedi Council. The Chancellor positioned himself as the understanding father figure, while the Jedi became cold and distant. During the mission to Cato Neimoidia, the instability of their bond became impossible to ignore. His former apprentice was becoming more powerful than any Jedi the Order had seen in generations, but that power came without the control or wisdom to use it safely. During combat, the younger Jedi fought with aggression that bordered on darkness, killing when he could have held back, and crushing when he could have redirected. The Master watched this pattern repeat across multiple battles and tried to address it through teaching, but the lessons never seemed to stick. His former Padawan would apologize, promise to do better, and then lose control the next time emotions ran high, like someone balancing on a razor's edge, destined to fall, while his master had no idea how to pull him back to safety. Other Jedi noticed too. Master Windu's concerns grew louder, while Master Yoda's warnings became more direct. Yet the Jedi Master kept defending his former apprentice, insisting that with more time and guidance, the younger man would find balance. That defense was loyalty, but it was also denial. The younger Jedi's arrival was completely unplanned by Kenobi. He refused to follow mission parameters, improvising and taking risks that should have been fatal. Yet his refusal to obey protocol ultimately saved him from trial and execution. It was a perfect example of their relationship. His recklessness was both his greatest strength and his most dangerous weakness. His belief that he could control his apprentice's path was flawed. Despite 13 years of training, there were moments where he almost couldn't control the younger man at all. The Padawan's internal struggle with fear of loss, particularly regarding his mother and later Padme, remained a distance the Jedi Master could never bridge. The sources make it clear that Skywalker's fall was not random betrayal. It was built over years through a relationship that lacked traditional master and apprentice boundaries. The shift from teacher to brother created deep emotional dependency that made the eventual break between them utterly destructive. The Clone Wars was about to turn their fractured bond into a weapon that would destroy the galaxy. Chapter 3: War Changes Everything. The Clone Wars transformed the Jedi Order in a single day. Peacekeepers became generals, diplomats became battlefield commanders, and negotiators became killers. The transition happened so fast that the informal title of general was given to Jedi on the battlefield by clone troopers, not through any official Republic ceremony. Once the Jedi Military Integration Act passed, the change became permanent and irreversible. Before the war, the Jedi served the Republic as advisors and mediators. As detailed in the book The Rise and Fall of the Galactic Empire, they prized the Force for granting knowledge and inner peace. They were built for reflection, not violence. Then, Geonosis happened, and everything the Order stood for collapsed under the weight of galactic conflict. The Jedi Master approached his new military duties with characteristic seriousness. He spent hours in the Jedi archives researching Cato Neimoidia's topography, climate, and pack language before every mission. He treated even basic ceremonies like critical strategic decisions. This careful planning became his way of imposing order on chaos. However, that discipline came at a terrible cost. To signify his transformation, he eventually adopted plated armor over his chest and arms, complete with a Republic crest on his shoulder pad. The uniform marked a significant shift in identity. He was no longer primarily a Jedi who occasionally fought, but a soldier who happened to use the Force. The war forced him into situations where the Jedi Code provided no answers. During the Cato Neimoidia crisis, Kenobi developed a strategy to win over the Trade Federation through investigation and diplomatic appeal. When standard protocols failed, he resorted to methods that disturbed him. He used Force persuasion to acquire vehicles, engaged in clandestine transmissions, and bent rules he had spent his entire life following without question. The final compromise came when he agreed to stage a duel with his friend Rug Quarnum. They fought for surveillance cameras to give Rug plausible deniability for surviving within the Neimoidian government. It was tactical deception dressed up as combat, and it represented everything the Jedi were never meant to become. The sources reveal that every moral compromise ate away at the General's foundation. The Order had been built to access the light side for meditation and foresight. Now, they used those same abilities for combat and slaughter. Negotiation became secondary to overwhelming force, and every victory he achieved contributed to war weariness across the galaxy, which Palpatine exploited to make populations accept authoritarian control. The war also exposed Kenobi to tragedy on a scale no Jedi was trained to handle. The casualties weren't just numbers, but names, faces, stories that ended in fire and blood. He attended memorial services for clone troopers who had saved his life and watched Jedi Knights younger than his former Padawan die on distant battlefields. He authorized missions that he knew would result in deaths, calculating acceptable losses like some kind of accountant of suffering. The general began having nightmares about the dead, not dramatic visions through the Force, but simple human nightmares where he walked through corridors of the temple and found them filled with bodies. He would wake up in his quarters on a Star Destroyer, surrounded by the machinery of war, and wonder what he was becoming. The Jedi Code said there was no death, only the Force, but that teaching felt hollow when he held dying soldiers and felt their terror in those final moments. The Order taught that Jedi served the galaxy, yet service had transformed into slaughter. The contradiction between what he was trained to be and what the war demanded him to become created a fracture in his identity that grew wider with every battle. The war also forced him to face devastating personal loss. During Darth Maul's violent takeover of Mandalore, the Jedi Master witnessed the elimination of Duchess Satine Kryze, the woman he had loved years earlier during his time as Qui-Gon's apprentice. Maul killed her specifically to torment Kenobi, to make him feel the pain of loss and powerlessness as she died in his arms while he watched helplessly from behind a force field. The Sith's words cut deeper than any blade, taunting him about his adherence to Jedi principles and wanting him to break, to give in to rage, hatred. Instead, Kenobi grieved but refused vengeance, a choice that demonstrated his adherence to the Jedi way even as everything he cared about was being destroyed. He could have abandoned the code in that moment and let anger consume him, striking Maul down in anger. But he didn't. The discipline he had spent his entire life building held firm, though the cost of that discipline was a wound that would never fully heal. It was yet another lesson in letting go, taught through the cruelest method imaginable. He received briefings on death tolls in the thousands. The book notes that casualties in the Kadessura district alone ranged from 3,200 to 4,000 beings. He personally viewed rivers of death and wreckage where bodies were thrown into impossible positions by explosions. The horror became routine, which was perhaps the most disturbing part. During his investigation on Cato Neimoidia, the general discovered evidence that authentically linked Republic protocols to a terrorist bombing. He admitted to Anakin that he considered destroying that evidence to protect the Republic's reputation. The impulse to deceive mirrored tactics used by the Sith themselves. Later, when meeting with Rook, he purposefully omitted his findings despite claiming to operate in good faith. These were not the actions of a perfect Jedi. They were the desperate choices of a man trying to hold a crumbling galaxy together by any means necessary. His legendary composure was not natural talent either, but a survival mechanism, a disciplined mask worn to suppress the chaos of integrating military violence into Jedi philosophy. He frequently reminded himself not to center on his anxieties. He used meditative rest to fuel his inner discipline before negotiations. When facing a Sage Ventress, he adopted a standard diplomat's voice and polite smile to hide his suspicion. The source notes moments where he came close to panic. When his secret equipment was stolen, he used the Force to temper his emotional control, recognizing that losing composure would hand victory to the enemy. Eventually, his mind became so committed to the flow of war that even monumental galactic shifts were simply integrated into his being to allow continued function as a leader. Being the calm one stopped being a personality trait and became armor he wore to survive each day. Unknown to him, he was fighting a war organized by the same person on both sides. Darth Sidious controlled the Separatists and the Republic simultaneously. Every negotiation Kenobi completed, every strategic victory he earned, was actually a step toward a pre-planned outcome that guaranteed the Republic's destruction. The war was designed to destroy the Jedi by forcing them to abandon their principles. The same book details that the conflict involved attacking worlds, collapsing economies, and starving planets. As a general, the veteran Jedi became responsible for navigating mass civilian death. The public role of the Jedi shifted from wise peacekeepers to military commanders associated with suffering. Public resentment grew as the war dragged on, and citizens began asking why the wise Jedi had not foreseen the danger. If they were so powerful, why couldn't they end the war quickly? the Jedi were increasingly viewed as responsible for the conflict, or at least part of the problem. Master Yoda admitted the truth during the crisis. He acknowledged that the scope of the Clone Wars was beyond the peacekeeping tradition of the Jedi. The conflict was distorting their points of view, and the Council was losing its way. Then, Palpatine requested something that crossed a line even he couldn't ignore. The Chancellor asked the Jedi to prepare Padawans for military field duty. The Jedi Master recognized this as a dangerous blurring of lines between the Order and the military. The idea of militarizing children disturbed him deeply. However, the Jedi Military Integration Act passed anyway, officially making Jedi generals commanding troops. The sources describe his face as pale when he realized their role had permanently moved beyond mediation. The Jedi Master also watched his former apprentice suffer another devastating blow to his faith in the Order. Ahsoka Tano, Skywalker's own Padawan, was falsely accused of treason and bombing the Jedi Temple. Though eventually proven innocent, Ahsoka chose to leave the Order entirely, disheartened by how quickly the Council had turned against her, and her departure wounded Skywalker's trust in the Jedi more deeply than any battle loss. Kenobi tried to counsel his former student through his emotional trial, but the damage was done because the younger Jedi saw the Council's treatment of Ahsoka as proof that the Order cared more about appearance than justice. It was another crack in the foundation, another moment when the Jedi's principles seemed hollow when tested by reality, and another warning sign that Kenobi could recognize but couldn't prevent. During his trial on Cato Nemoidia, the general made what he later called a massive miscalculation. He relied on facts and logic, while the galaxy was being driven by emotion and displaced grief. His friend Rue Quarnum warned him bluntly that justice didn't really exist, and that people like her shaped the truth. Kenobi initially refused to accept that skeptical worldview, but he watched it play out in real time. He and Anakin observed how the HoloNet transformed their violent struggles into propaganda. His former Padawan was branded a hero with no fear, while the nuance of his diplomacy disappeared entirely, and truth became whatever served the Republic's narrative. The dark side clouded everything, and the Jedi Master sensed it as a thick cloak that made the Force feel unsettled, interrupted, and chaotic. The Jedi believed they were hunting a Sith Lord who wanted to seize control of the galaxy. According to the novel, they failed to realize the Sith Lord already controlled it. Palpatine displayed a carving in his office showing a battle between Jedi and Sith, an obvious declaration of allegiance that every Jedi who visited somehow missed completely. The sensing got worse as the war progressed. What started as a vague unease became a constant pressure, like someone was watching from just beyond his perception. He tried to trace the source through meditation, but the dark side moved like smoke, impossible to grasp or pin down. Other council members reported similar experiences. Master Yoda admitted the dark side was clouding their ability to see the future. Master Windu said the Force itself felt sick, corrupted by the violence spreading across the galaxy. They were fighting blind, making decisions without the guidance that had always been the Jedi's greatest strength. In that darkness, something was waiting for them to make a fatal mistake. By the final days of the Republic, the Jedi had transformed into something unrecognizable. The war forced them into a rigid military mindset that prioritized strategy over spiritual intuition. This blindness prevented them from seeing Palpatine's true nature. More tragically, it prevented him from seeing the depth of darkness growing inside his own apprentice. While Palpatine's mask of civility began slipping, the Jedi doubled down on projecting calm wisdom. His composure allowed him to function as a model general, but that same stoicism masked the truth. The Jedi were being used as weapons to destroy civilian morale and crush hope across the galaxy. The sources make clear that the Jedi failed because their role became incompatible with their beliefs. They were peacekeepers asked to wage total war, diplomats ordered to lead armies, and guardians of life forced to manage mass death. This contradiction destroyed them from within. But he was so focused on winning that war that he missed the enemy standing right beside him. Chapter 4: Brother Against Brother. By the final days of the Clone Wars, the Jedi Order had become blind to the threats right in front of them. They served as generals in a galactic conflict, and that service clouded their vision completely. The war forced the Jedi into a rigid military mindset that prioritized battlefield strategy over spiritual awareness. They focused obsessively on the Chosen One prophecy, creating expectations that neither the Council nor Obi-Wan Kenobi could manage. The Jedi Master had spent 13 years molding Anakin Skywalker into what he thought was the ideal Jedi, and every moment of that effort was about to collapse in the worst way imaginable. The betrayal didn't happen suddenly. It was careful, calculated, and inevitable. The Rise and Fall of the Galactic Empire novel emphasizes that Palpatine dispensed with his current apprentice Count Dooku specifically to target the young knight as his replacement. The Jedi believed they were hunting a hidden Sith Lord, but they were so preoccupied by war that they failed to realize Darth Sidious was the Supreme Chancellor himself, the man they reported to daily. Newly christened as Darth Vader, Skywalker led a battalion of clone troopers directly into the Jedi Temple, where the attack was total and merciless. From masters to younglings, none were spared. The massacre of children in the place the Master had called home for his entire life represented the complete reversal of everything he had tried to build. Then, Order 66 activated across the galaxy. Clone soldiers who had fought alongside Jedi for years turned on them instantly. The sources describe it as a betrayal so complete and widespread that the Order never had a chance to respond. He was off-world when the Purge began, which likely saved his life. When he returned to Coruscant and assessed the temple's security recordings, he was forced to watch his worst nightmare play out in holographic detail. Seeing his former Padawan kneel before Palpatine and ignite his lightsaber among the younglings shattered the Jedi's entire identity as both teacher and brother. Master Yoda delivered the truth without softening that Anakin Skywalker no longer existed. He had been consumed by Darth Vader. The general begged to be sent after the Emperor instead, desperately hoping to avoid the confrontation that now seemed unavoidable. However, Yoda remained firm. He was the only one who could reach what remained of his former apprentice. The Jedi Master tried to process what he was being asked to do: kill his former apprentice, hunt down his brother, and end the life of someone he had raised, trained, and loved for 13 years. The magnitude of that failure crushed him in ways the destruction of the temple couldn't. He spent hours reviewing everything he had done wrong, examining every moment he had been too strict or too lenient, every lesson he had taught incorrectly, every sign of darkness he had missed or ignored. The review was torture, but he couldn't stop himself, because if he could identify the exact moment where everything went wrong, maybe he could understand how to prevent it from happening to Luke. Master Yoda told him that dwelling on the past was pointless, and that the mission was forward, not backward. But how could he move forward when his entire life's work lay in ruins? How could he face his former student when the very existence of that confrontation proved his complete failure as a teacher? The worst part was that he still loved him despite the younglings, despite the temple, despite the betrayal that had killed thousands and destroyed the Republic. Some part of him still remembered the 9-year-old boy who had looked at him with complete trust, and that love made what he had to do on Mustafar infinitely worse. The mission to Mustafar wasn't about stopping a Sith Lord. it was about confronting the total ruin of Kenobi's life's work. His conscience struggled with his loyalty, and he didn't want to believe that his apprentice had fallen so completely. However, the evidence left no room for doubt. The sources emphasized that his journey represented the shattering of everything he valued: his faith in his teaching ability, his trust in his apprentice, his belief that attachment could coexist with Jedi discipline. On Mustafar, the duel between them became a physical manifestation of their failed relationship. In the book Skywalker, A Family at War, the Jedi Master fought with the discipline he had spent years trying to instill in his students. He moved carefully, countering aggression with precision. Eventually, he maneuvered to higher ground and exploited the one flaw he had never managed to fix: the younger Jedi's arrogance. When his former Padawan leaped, he struck. A single motion severed 3 of his former apprentice's limbs. The fallen Jedi fell to the volcanic shore, injured and burning alive. He stood over him, lightsaber ready, and couldn't deliver the killing blow. The sources characterized this moment as intense grief mixed with residual attachment. His inability to finish his apprentice was a human failing that allowed Darth Vader to survive. He walked away while his former brother screamed in agony, leaving the job incomplete. The decision to leave him alive would haunt the Jedi Master for the rest of his life. He knew immediately that he had made a terrible mistake, that mercy had no place on that volcanic shore. His former apprentice had murdered children, destroyed the Order, and helped birth an empire that would enslave the entire galaxy, making the realistic choice clear: end him completely. But he couldn't do it. Standing over his burning brother, lightsaber in hand, he couldn't make himself strike that final blow. Not because of strategy or tactics, but because of weakness. Human weakness that had no place in a Jedi, but existed nonetheless. Years later, in exile, he would wonder if that moment of weakness was the most selfish thing he ever did. He had doomed the galaxy to decades of Vader's terror because he couldn't kill someone he loved, and the questions tormented him. How many people died because of his failure to act? How much suffering could have been prevented if he had been strong enough to finish what he had started? He carried that guilt like a scar that never healed. That mercy created the Empire's most dangerous weapon. Something tragic happened to the fallen knight between the end of their duel and his emergence as the black-armored enforcer. Luke Skywalker later confirmed that Vader's skin bore scars from serious burns. The Mustafar confrontation left him so damaged that he required armored life support just to survive. The version of Vader that Palpatine retrieved was dramatically weakened compared to Skywalker's full potential. As detailed in the book The Rise and Fall of the Galactic Empire, the Emperor had intended to create an apprentice of unparalleled power. Instead, he got a damaged cyborg who required constant mechanical assistance. However, despite those limitations, Vader became the Empire's roving enforcer, used to eliminate threats and maintain control through terror. He left Mustafar as a broken man and carried his student's lightsaber as an artifact of everything he had failed to preserve. He had won the duel in the technical sense, but that victory destroyed him. He lost his best friend, his apprentice, his faith in his judgment, and any confidence that he could guide others successfully. The Republic died at the exact same time. Palpatine declared himself Emperor to spontaneous applause in the Senate. Bail Organa's friend captured the moment perfectly by observing that liberty was dying with thunderous applause. The population that the Jedi had protected for 1,000 generations cheered for its own enslavement. The Jedi Temple, the only true home he had ever known, was immediately rebranded as the Imperial Palace. Within days of the Empire's formation, Grand Vizier Mas Amedda held a public ceremony on the temple steps. Lightsabers collected from murdered Jedi were burned in a fire, while crowds celebrated the end of their so-called betrayal. The Empire worked systematically to erase Jedi memory from galactic consciousness. Propaganda depicted the Order as crazed ideologues with dangerous powers who kidnapped children for indoctrination. The truth was replaced with lies designed to make the population grateful for the Jedi's destruction. Public resentment toward the Jedi had been building throughout the war. Citizens asked why the wise Jedi hadn't foreseen the danger. If they were so powerful, why did they fail to end the suffering quickly? The Jedi became scapegoats for every problem the war created, even though Palpatine had orchestrated the entire conflict. Kenobi's victory on Mustafar gave the Empire exactly what it needed. His refusal to kill Anakin completely created a wounded enforcer who became the physical embodiment of Imperial terror. His home was transformed into the throne of his greatest enemy. The Republic he served didn't just fall, but celebrated its own destruction and demanded that the Jedi be forgotten entirely. By the time he went into exile, everything he had ever fought for was gone. The code he had followed so carefully had saved no one, and the training he provided had created a monster. The attachment he couldn't suppress had led to galactic destruction. Shattering the perfect Jedi myth he had spent his entire life pursuing was dead. By then, the brother he loved more than any rule had become the thing he swore to destroy, leaving him with nothing but a desert planet, a broken legacy, and 2 decades of isolation ahead. Chapter 5: Exile with Purpose. Tatooine was not a hiding place, but a mission more dangerous than any campaign Obi-Wan had survived during the Clone Wars. He wasn't passively waiting for Luke Skywalker to grow up. He was containing risk, managing trauma, and protecting the galaxy's last hope, while being actively hunted by an empire that had branded him a war criminal and posted rewards for information leading to his capture. In the novel, From a Certain Point of View, the Jedi's presence on Tatooine was the first half of a twin-pronged strategy to keep Vader's children hidden. Both he and the Emperor understood that any offspring of Skywalker would represent a direct threat to Sith control. The mission required him to adopt the identity of Ben and disappear completely into the Jundland Wastes, becoming a silent guardian who could not afford a single mistake. His biggest threat was not Darth Vader. It was the possibility that he would become useless, broken, and careless before Luke was ready. The early years of the Empire were defined by systematic hunting. A program was initiated where civilians could submit tips on Jedi survivors in exchange for substantial rewards. This meant Kenobi lived under constant threat that any neighbor, any merchant, any passing traveler could become an Imperial informant seeking credits. The Empire also worked to kill the memory of the Jedi through relentless propaganda. The official narrative depicted the Order as crazed ideologues with dangerous powers who kidnapped children for indoctrination. The Master had to endure watching his entire identity be rewritten as villainy while remaining completely silent in the shadows. While Tatooine technically lay outside the Republic's original borders, Imperial patrols increased steadily in the space around the planet and within its major cities. The net was closing gradually, but inevitably. He watched stormtroopers walk the streets of Mos Eisley and Anchorhead, knowing that one wrong move would expose Luke to dangers the boy could never survive. Then, 10 years into the Empire's reign, the Inquisitors came. The arrival of the Inquisitors changed everything about his mission. Before, he had been hiding from a distant empire that was hunting Jedi as a general policy. But now, he was hiding from specific hunters who had come to his sector with a target in mind. The Inquisitors used methods that were far more sophisticated than standard Imperial forces, able to sense Force sensitives from a distance and interrogate locals with psychological techniques designed to break even the strongest resistance. They didn't just search randomly, but hunted with precision and patience. The Guardian watched Anchorhead from a distance, using a macrobinocular scope to track Imperial movements. He saw stormtroopers cordoning off buildings and locals being questioned in the streets while feeling the presence of the Inquisitor through the Force, a cold darkness that made his skin crawl even from kilometers away. For 3 days, he lived with the knowledge that he was one mistake away from discovery, caught in an impossible choice. If he intervened to save the other Jedi, he would expose Luke. But if he stayed hidden, he would watch a fellow survivor die. The mission demanded inaction. So, he watched and waited. And when the Inquisitor finally killed the hidden Jedi, he did nothing. The guilt of that inaction added to the weight he already carried. Another death he could have prevented. Another failure to add to the list. But the mission was Luke, not individual lives, and he repeated that truth to himself like a mantra, trying to make it feel less like a betrayal. The Inquisitors arrived on Tatooine hunting a Jedi hiding near Anchorhead. These hunters were notorious for their custom black armor and modified lightsabers. They served as the Emperor's personal agents, answering directly to Darth Vader himself. They were also known across the galaxy for abducting Force-sensitive children to serve the Emperor's purposes. Any display of the Guardian's power would have instantly marked Luke as a target for these abductions. So, when the Inquisitors eventually killed the Jedi they had been tracking, he was forced to remain hidden while a member of his own order was executed mere kilometers from where he lived. The moral agony of that restraint was crushing. The cost of staying silent extended far beyond Tatooine. While he watched over a desert farm, the Empire was committing crimes on a galactic scale. Wholesale genocides were carried out on worlds like Lasan and Geonosis, while the entire Wookiee population on Kashyyyk was enslaved for Imperial construction projects. On Wobani, populations starved under impossible agricultural quotas designed to break their will. Independent worlds were converted into toxic industrial hubs. The construction of the Death Star required stripping sacred worlds like Jedha and Ilum for kyber crystals, a violation of Jedi legacy that Kenobi could do nothing to prevent. Every brutal act he learned about through scattered reports was another weight added to the burden of his exile. However, the greatest danger to the mission was not external, but internal. Many survivors of Order 66 allowed their Force abilities to deteriorate during years of hiding. This left them out of practice and vulnerable even to lower-level purge troopers when they were eventually discovered. The Jedi Masters struggled to remain a focused Jedi Master while living as what locals dismissed as a crazy old hermit represented the real test of his discipline. He had to manage the risk of becoming irrelevant before Luke matured. The Empire's strategy of escalating normality, a policy designed to gradually increase suffering until populations didn't notice they were being killed, required constant mental effort to resist. This psychological pressure was designed to make resistance feel pointless and collaboration feel necessary. The Guardian also faced the terrible irony of Luke's own desires. The boy felt trapped by restrictive life on Tatooine and actively wanted to join the Imperial Academy to escape. Several sources revealed that Luke saw the Academy as his ticket off a planet he viewed as a dead-end prison. He was protecting Luke from the Empire, while Luke himself wanted to join it. Owen Lars made the situation even more difficult. He viewed the old Jedi's presence with deep suspicion and hostility. Owen feared that the old Jedi would lead Luke down the same idealistic path that he believed had killed Anakin. He was not welcome, and he lived in complete social isolation, unable to intervene or offer guidance to the person he was most dedicated to protecting. The psychological toll of exile was immense. There were days when he considered ending the mission entirely. He could leave Tatooine, join the emerging rebellion, and fight the Empire openly, using his skills and experience to save lives across the galaxy instead of watching one boy from a distance. The temptation was strongest during the Empire's worst atrocities. When he heard about Geonosis being sterilized, when reports reached him about Wookiee enslavement, when he learned about the Death Star construction through whispered rumors in Mos Eisley cantinas. But then, he would remember what Master Yoda had told them before they separated. The twins were not just important, but essential. If the Emperor discovered their existence before they were ready, everything would be lost, and the entire galaxy's future depended on these children surviving long enough to fulfill their destinies. So, he stayed, maintained his discipline, and endured the isolation and the guilt and the crushing weight of inaction. And he prayed to the Force that when the moment finally came, Luke would be ready for what was being asked of him. Years into his exile, a ghost from the past arrived to shatter his solitude. Darth Maul, the Sith warrior who had killed Qui-Gon Jinn decades earlier, tracked the Jedi Master to Tatooine. Consumed by obsession and rage, he sought the revenge that had defined his broken life, a confrontation shown in the Star Wars Rebels episode, Twin Suns. Under the twin moons of Tatooine, the two faced each other one final time in a duel that was brief but decisive. Kenobi had spent decades refining his understanding of combat, while Maul had spent those same years drowning in hatred, and 3 precise movements ended the fight. Maul fell to the sand, mortally wounded. As the Sith warrior died, he asked if the boy Kenobi guarded was the chosen one. The Jedi Master confirmed it, and something like peace crossed Maul's face as the cycle of vengeance that had consumed him finally ended. Kenobi closed his enemy's eyes with respect, having gained closure to a conflict that had haunted him since he was 25 years old. Even in exile, the past refused to stay buried. Kenobi lived with deep self-doubt during those years. He explicitly admitted his own arrogance, stating that he thought he could instruct his Padawan just as well as Yoda, and that he had been completely wrong. He was haunted by the torn, agonized scream of Qui-Gon being cut down decades earlier. He spent years wondering if he should have physically grabbed his apprentice and forced him to confront his fears before everything spiraled out of control. He carried vivid trauma from the massacre of the younglings and the systematic destruction of the Order. He viewed himself as someone who had failed everyone he loved most. Even after years of meditation and discipline, he often felt completely lost, questioning whether he was foolish to think he could successfully train Luke when he had failed so severely with the Father. The sources describe sensations of feeling thick as mud, missing vital details even when the Force tried to communicate with him. The oppressive heat and physical pressure of Tatooine could overwhelm a lesser Jedi. His survival depended entirely on his ability to let go of regret for the past and terror of the future. If he had succumbed to grief over Padme, the Jedi Order, or the Republic, the mission to protect Luke would have failed before it began. Meanwhile, he followed Leia's progress as a senator from a distance. He observed how her voice and bearing became weapons she used with remarkable skill. Yet he could not step in to guide her openly. This restraint was not an absence of action, but a deliberate containment of power to ensure that the best parts of Anakin, embodied in Luke and Leia, could eventually outlive their father's terrible legacy. Solitude on Tatooine served another purpose beyond protection. Through deep meditation in his desert cave, the exiled Jedi learned to commune with the spirit of Qui-Gon Jinn, a technique Master Yoda had taught him before they separated as a final lesson in training that would prepare him for his own transformation. Those conversations with his former master provided guidance during the darkest moments of isolation, with Qui-Gon's voice helping him navigate the moral complexities of his mission, reminding him why patience mattered, and preparing him for the moment when he too would need to become one with the Force. The practice wasn't just about receiving wisdom, but about learning to exist beyond physical form, understanding that influence could transcend death itself. The Master's decision to manipulate the truth about Vader was entirely tactical. His choice to tell Luke that Vader betrayed and murdered his father was calculated mission protocol. He believed that revealing the full truth too early, before Luke's training was complete, could send the boy spiraling into darkness. He used what he later called a certain point of view as a strategic tool for managing Luke's emotional readiness and protecting him from truths he wasn't prepared to handle. His time on Tatooine represented constant tactical containment of risk. He wasn't simply waiting for Luke to mature. He was maintaining his sanity and combat skills while Inquisitors executed fellow Jedi in nearby settlements, while informants actively sought rewards for his location, and while his own ward considered joining the military of the very enemy he had spent decades hiding from. His exile functioned as a form of punishment. He lived in poverty and complete solitude to ensure that the Chosen One's son would have the childhood his father never experienced, free from the crushing expectations of Jedi prophecy and council politics. The Empire tightened its oppressive grip across the galaxy during those years, and the Jedi Knight chose to take satisfaction in the twins' existence from a distance rather than intervening in galactic suffering that he had no power to stop. In the novel A New Hope, The Princess, the Scoundrel, and the Farm Boy, Bail Organa specifically sought out the warrior when the rebellion reached its most desperate hour because a war demanded warriors. The sources emphasize that his exile had always been intended as a temporary holding pattern, a warrior held in reserve until the exact moment the galaxy needed him to return. When that call finally came, he had one chance to prove that 20 years of silence hadn't been for nothing. Chapter 6: The Final Test. Before his return, Obi-Wan Kenobi existed in two very different forms in two very different minds. To Princess Leia, he was General Kenobi, a legendary warrior her father Bail Organa spoke of with reverence and trust. Her mission to find him was desperate because he represented her father's last hope for the rebellion, the one person who might turn the tide against the Empire. To Luke Skywalker, he was simply Ben, the crazy old hermit who lived beyond the Dune Sea. Luke had sensed kindness in the strange loner, but Owen Lars constantly warned him to stay away from old Ben, calling him a dangerous wizard whose ideas could get people killed. Warnings that only made the farm boy more curious about the mysterious figure who seemed to exist outside normal society. Neither of them understood who he really was. Not yet. His return from exile was not a reclamation of power or status, but a continuation of a mission that had begun the moment he placed Luke Skywalker in the arms of Owen and Beru Lars nearly 20 years earlier. When Princess Leia's pleas for help reached him through R2-D2, the Jedi Master understood immediately that the galaxy's timeline had accelerated beyond what he had anticipated. His endgame had never been about leading a rebellion. It was about passing responsibility forward to the next generation at exactly the right moment. The same novel, A New Hope, The Princess, the Scoundrel, and the Farm Boy, also states that he lived away from civilization in a cave, maintaining his skills and knowledge while waiting for the precise moment when he would be needed. He had kept Anakin's lightsaber for 2 decades, waiting to pass that legacy to Luke when the time was right. When Luke finally stood before him, the Master began the final phase of a plan that had required nearly superhuman patience. On the Millennium Falcon, he ignored Han Solo's doubtful dismissal of the Force and focused entirely on Luke's internal development. He taught the farm boy that the Force was an energy field that bound the galaxy together. He warned Luke that mastership could not be achieved quickly and that rushing led to frustration and anger, both dangerous paths toward the dark side. He prioritized Luke's emotional control above all else and taught the young man to align with mercy and compassion rather than the hatred, fear, and anger that had defined the Sith. These lessons were not academic, but more on survival instructions for someone about to face the Empire's full might. When they arrived at what remained of Alderaan and found the Death Star instead, Kenobi made a critical decision. he explicitly separated his mission from Luke's identity. He told Luke directly that their paths diverged and that Luke needed to follow his own journey. He chose to disable the tractor beam alone, ensuring Luke stayed relatively safe to fulfill his own potential. This was not cowardice or avoidance, but a strategic delegation from a teacher who understood that his role was no longer to be the hero. Upon entering the Death Star, he sensed Darth Vader's presence immediately. It was a presence he had not felt in a long time. The sources framed their final confrontation not as a struggle for survival, but as a calculated strategic move that would serve purposes far beyond the immediate duel. The presence hit him like a physical blow. It was his former apprentice, but twisted and corrupted beyond anything he had imagined. The bright energy that had defined the young Jedi was gone, replaced by something cold and mechanical, like looking at a corpse animated by dark side energy. The two of them moved through the Death Star on a collision course that felt inevitable, though the Master could have avoided the confrontation by disabling the tractor beam and returning to the Falcon without ever crossing paths with his former student. But some part of him knew this meeting had to happen. When they finally faced each other, the armored figure spoke first. The voice was mechanical, filtered through respirators, but the rhythm of speech was familiar. The same voice that had asked him 1,000 questions during training, argued with him about philosophy, laughed at his jokes, and challenged his assumptions. Now, it only threatened and condemned. The duel that followed was not about victory because the Jedi Master knew within seconds that he couldn't defeat the Sith Lord through combat. His former apprentice was still too powerful, and age had slowed him down more than he cared to admit. But winning the duel wasn't the point. Buying time was. Creating a distraction was. And when the moment came, making a choice that would echo across the galaxy. During the fight, the Jedi tracked the progress of Luke and the others escaping toward the Millennium Falcon. He moved with absolute precision, responding to Vader's attack with a calm that signaled he had already moved beyond needing physical victory. Once he confirmed that Luke and the others were in a position to escape, he performed one final action that would change everything. The Master intentionally stopped defending himself. He drew his blade in and made no effort to block Vader's strike. In the book Journey to Star Wars: The Force Awakens, The Weapon of a Jedi, a Luke Skywalker adventure, when Vader's lightsaber touched him, his body vanished instantly, leaving only dusty robes on the floor. What appeared to be death was actually ascension. He felt no pain, and there was only a brief flash of heat before he left his physical form behind and fell into an ocean of memory and understanding. His sacrifice served as a distraction that allowed the rebellion's only hope to flee while simultaneously freeing him from the limitations of a mortal body. Immediately after his body disappeared, his influence remained active. Luke heard Kenobi's voice in his mind, commanding him to run. The physical death had not ended his ability to guide and protect. Instead, it had enhanced it. By becoming a Force spirit, he had achieved a state where he could influence the galaxy without physical constraints. Upon joining the Force, he was greeted by Qui-Gon Jinn's spirit. His former master confirmed that his long years of preparations had proven effective. In his new form, he found that past, present, and future were all equally available to him. He could perceive the threads of the Force binding the galaxy together in ways impossible for living beings. During the Rebellion's final assault on the Death Star, his spirit provided the critical guidance Luke needed at the moment of maximum pressure. In the book, he whispered instructions to use the Force and to let go, urging the young pilot to trust instincts over technology. Luke described feeling a strong push from invisible energy that allowed him to make the one-in-a-million shot that destroyed the station. The destruction of the Death Star was an absolute disaster for the Empire. The station's annihilation killed the Empire's most important military and political leaders, including Grand Moff Tarkin and Admiral Motti. Vader's obsessive focus on hunting the Jedi and later Luke often caused him to ignore primary strategic objectives, creating friction within the Imperial command structure and contributing to the gradual erosion of Imperial effectiveness. Kenobi's sacrifice had deep influence even on the most distrustful observers. Han Solo had previously dismissed the Jedi as practitioners of nonsense religions and ancient superstitions. Witnessing the Master's selfless act of courage significantly changed Solo's worldview. That transformation eventually led the smuggler to return during the final moments of the Death Star assault, providing the cover Luke needed to complete his mission. The fallen warrior's final test had successfully converted a scoundrel and a farm boy into exactly the heroes the galaxy required. The sources emphasize that his legacy was defined by what he chose not to do. He did not attempt to reclaim the power and status the Jedi had held as generals during the Clone Wars. He allowed the perfect Jedi myth to die completely, so that a new, more honest understanding of the Force could be passed to Luke. In the book Journey to Star Wars: The Force Awakens, even in their brief time together, the teacher taught Luke the foundational principles of Jedi meditation. He emphasized that practitioners must become empty vessels so the Force can fill them with guidance. This restraint ensured that Jedi knowledge was not lost or destroyed in some useless rebellion led by him before the time was right. The sources illustrate that his most legendary power was his ability to guide from beyond death. Luke continued to hear his former teacher's voice at critical moments throughout his journey. The Weapon of a Jedi book stated that at the Temple of Edit on Deveron, the voice told Luke that the will of the Force had guided him to that place and instructed him to open himself completely to the Force's commands. During a life-or-death duel with the dangerous Sarko Plank, Luke recalled one of his most important teachings: let go. He had taught that eyes and ears could be deceived, but that the Force itself was all-seeing and truthful. This lesson became the foundation for Luke's survival and growth. Eventually, Luke made a vow that captured the full weight of what his former master had sacrificed to make possible. He swore on his memory that he would become a Jedi, rebuild the Order, and return to complete what his teacher had started. That vow became the foundation of the new Jedi Order. Luke eventually provided the New Republic with detailed accounts of the Force and the true nature of the Sith, helping to dismantle the propaganda the Empire had spread for decades. The truth the Guardian had protected through exile and sacrifice finally emerged to replace the lies. Kenobi's influence extended even to the redemption of Anakin Skywalker. In the afterlife, he provided what the sources describe as a final push through the Force, helping his former apprentice finally release his identity as Vader and return to the light. He eventually realized that Luke represented success where his father had failed because Luke inherited his father's best qualities but possessed a quieter temperament, drawing from the Force in small, measured amounts rather than the desperate, consuming drafts his predecessor had taken. The Tarkin doctrine that ruled the Empire relied entirely on controlling populations through fear of overwhelming force. However, his sacrifice demonstrated that the Jedi legacy could not be silenced even by a weapon capable of destroying planets. His continued influence helped Luke navigate the Emperor's arrogance and blindness, ultimately leading to the Sith's complete destruction at the Battle of Endor. By choosing to become a Force spirit, he transformed from a warrior bound by physical limitations into a guide whose influence transcended space and time. He traded his physical presence for a spiritual legacy that strengthened the rebellion, distracted Vader at critical moments, and ultimately led to the destruction of the Sith through the lineage he had spent 2 decades in exile protecting. His death was not the end of his mission. It was the most strategic move he had ever made, the culmination of decades of restraint, sacrifice, and patience. The sources make clear that his final victory came not from defeating enemies in combat, but from knowing exactly when to surrender physical control and trust that the Force would guide those he left behind toward the future he could no longer reach himself. In the end, the legend of Obi-Wan Kenobi became not the story of a perfect Jedi, but the story of a flawed man who learned that sometimes the greatest power is knowing when to let go. His life spanned 6 decades of galactic transformation, from the golden age of the Jedi Order through its complete destruction to the eventual defeat of the Sith. His legacy was built not on winning every battle, but on understanding that victory sometimes requires surrender, that teaching means knowing when to step aside, and that the most strategic move is often the one that looks like defeat until the full story is understood. The frightened teenager who couldn't meditate without confronting his failures became the man who sacrificed everything to ensure the Jedi would survive. The rigid apprentice who reported his master to the council learned that sometimes breaking the rules was the only way to serve the greater good, while the young knight who took on a student he wasn't ready to train discovered that his greatest lesson wouldn't be taught to Anakin, but to Luke. Every failure prepared him for the final test. Losing Qui-Gon taught him about sacrifice. Failing Anakin taught him about letting go. Surviving the Clone Wars taught him that being the calm one sometimes meant suffering in silence. And exile taught him that patience could be more powerful than action. The sources reveal a man who spent his entire life learning the same lesson in different forms. Control is an illusion. The Jedi Code couldn't control the galaxy. His training couldn't control Anakin. And his exile couldn't control when Luke would be ready. In the end, the only thing he could control was himself. And the moment he surrendered even that control was the moment he became truly powerful. Obi-Wan Kenobi's story is about learning that perfection was never the goal. The goal was serving the Force, protecting the future, and trusting that letting go at the right moment could save everything he couldn't hold on to. That's the legacy that outlived the Empire. Obi-Wan's impact resonated long after his physical death. Historical accounts from the source document that his sacrifice and teachings set Luke Skywalker on the path to becoming a true Jedi Knight, which, in turn, led to the Emperor's ultimate defeat at the Battle of Endor. When Luke faced the Emperor and refused to kill his father, he was following lessons learned from the man who had raised Anakin and then learned from those failures. Wisdom that would become foundational when Luke rebuilt the Jedi Order. The Ben Kenobi that Luke remembered became a legend throughout the New Republic, proof that a Jedi's true influence lives on through the students they inspire and the choices they make. The frightened apprentice who once couldn't meditate without confronting fear had become a symbol of what it meant to serve the Force completely, to let go of everything except the mission that mattered most.
At number 3, Master Yoda. Yoda had lived for nearly 9 centuries by the time Palpatine became Emperor. The Sith had spent nearly that entire span working a plan that required the Jedi Order to forget things, and Yoda was the single being in the galaxy who had been alive long enough to remember most of what the Sith needed forgotten. He had trained generations of Jedi Masters and carried the Order through crises that should have ended it. When the Empire was declared, Yoda walked into the Senate chamber alone and forced Darth Sidious into a duel the Sith Master could not win cleanly. Yoda survived the fight, recognized he could not destroy Sidious in return, and chose exile over a second confrontation. The Emperor spent the next 2 decades searching for him and never found him. The swamp Yoda had chosen was protected by an energy the Sith Master could not see through.
Grandmaster Yoda wasn't always the greatest Jedi Master in the Order's history. Once, he was just a mysterious being belonging to an equally mysterious species. Yoda's origins remain one of the galaxy's undocumented secrets. Born in 896 BBY, he belonged to an ancient species that can't be found on any galactic record. Even the vast Jedi archives, which held mountains of databanks of knowledge, contain no information about his species nor his homeworld. They are publicly known only as Yoda's species. On top of that, Yoda himself never spoke of his background. What's even more mysterious is that the very few details that are known about them only provide more questions than answers. There are only 3 known things about their kind in canon stories. For one, they are exceedingly rare, with only 3 of them ever recorded in the galaxy. 2, all of them have incredibly long lifespans, with Yoda's spanning almost 1,000 years. What's most remarkable, however, is the last known fact about them. All are shown to have extraordinarily strong connections with the Force. As such, Yoda was born with this incredible gift. Naturally, this gift led him straight to the Jedi Order. Beyond these few details, however, the rest of Yoda's early years remain a mystery. At least, that is how the story is told in canon. That's why I've gone through Legends material, comic books, novels, and even magazines to give you a more detailed account of Yoda's young life. Learning the ways of the Force. According to Legends sources, Yoda always wanted to reach greater heights as a young being. One day, he and a human friend left their isolated homeworld on a simple starship, seeking adventure and a new life among the stars. But as they were traveling through space, their journey took a dangerous turn when their ship was struck by an asteroid. They sent a distress signal, but received no responses. Their support systems and supplies ran dangerously low after spending days drifting through space. Finally, their sensors found a nearby star system that was close enough for their ship's dwindling power. With nothing but a determination to survive, they powered up their crumbling ship before crash landing on a swampy planet. They weren't out of the woods yet. While they were no longer stranded in space, they were castaways on a strange planet with no means of getting off. But then, just when all hope seemed lost, they were discovered by a Hysalrian, a massive sentient serpentine. Not only would he save their lives, he would also change their fates. He introduced himself as Nakata del Gormo, a Jedi Master. Upon rescuing the pair, he sensed the Force flowing through both of them. This was a revelation to both Yoda and his human companion, who were both unaware of their latent gifts. Therefore, Master del Gormo took them as his apprentices, training them in the ways of the Jedi right there on that remote world. Eventually, a Republic starship finally detected their old distress signal. It arrived just in time for their training with Master del Gormo to be completed. With that, they bid their master farewell and made their way to Coruscant. There, Yoda continued training at the Jedi Temple, where he impressed the Masters with his natural ability and deep connection to the Force. What follows next is strictly canon material. That said, whether you follow the canon stories or the tales from Legends, one fact remains constant. Yoda's rise through the Jedi ranks was astonishing. His connection to the Force and wisdom grew with each passing decade in the Order. At 100 years old, he began training Padawan learners, starting a teaching legacy that would span 8 centuries. Over his lifetime, it is believed that he has trained over 20,000 Jedi, a feat no other master in history has ever achieved. As centuries passed, he produced generation after generation of exceptional Jedi Knights. Incidentally, he trained many of these students during an age known for prosperity and peace. Keeping the peace. During the High Republic era, roughly 500 to 100 BBY, Yoda had already become a living legend and had earned a seat on the Jedi High Council. Best of all, he had ascended to the rank of Grand Master, the ultimate recognition that he stood taller among the most powerful and wise Jedi. And while the High Republic era was known for being a golden age of peace and expansion, there were still conflicts scattered across the galaxy. Many of these conflicts would be ended by Yoda himself. In 382 BBY, Yoda played a crucial role in ending a deadly battle with the Path of the Open Hand. They were a fanatical cult that despised the Jedi and sought to destroy anyone who used the Force. In a confrontation that became known as the Night of Sorrow, the Path unleashed horrifying creatures called the Nameless, beings that could drain the Force from living beings. Yoda fought alongside other Jedi Masters to defeat the Path. After a long and difficult battle, the Jedi were successful against the Path of the Open Hand. But in the aftermath, Yoda recognized how the Nameless continued to bring fear even to experienced Jedi. Therefore, Yoda ordered that all knowledge of these creatures be kept secret, hidden even from the Jedi archives. He believed that fear of the Nameless would only weaken the Order. Fear, after all, leads to the dark side. This choice, born from protective instinct, meant future generations of Jedi would remain unaware of this terrifying creature. Unfortunately, it also meant they had no knowledge of this looming threat and how to overcome it should it return. 149 years later, Yoda felt the Force push him towards a different path. He felt that the Force was calling him to directly mentor young Padawans in the field. In response, he took a sabbatical from the Jedi Council. Instead of leading at the Jedi Grand Temple on Coruscant, he chose to serve aboard the Padawan academic cruiser Starhopper. As he would later realize, this wasn't the only reason the Force urged him to leave the temple, because the very year Yoda joined the Starhopper, disaster struck. The great hyperspace disaster sent massive debris chunks hurtling through hyperspace at light speed, threatening to obliterate entire star systems. When the Trimont system faced annihilation from incoming debris, the Starhopper was the only Jedi vessel close enough to respond. Yoda and a fellow master stayed aboard their ship, using the Force to deflect the largest chunks of wreckage in space. The Padawans rushed down to Trimont 4's surface in rescue shuttles. Unfortunately, the disaster attracted vultures. Anarchic raiders called the Nile arrived to exploit the chaos. The Padawans, unaware of the Nile's underlying motives, sought their help. They urged the new arrivals to use their ships to evacuate civilians. Instead, the raiders attacked, and the Padawans found themselves battling these dangerous marauders on the ground to protect the innocent. When the fighting intensified, Yoda personally intervened. In one dramatic moment, he leapt in front of a massive plasma projectile, slicing it apart mid-air with his lightsaber to save his students. During the battle, a local Force-sensitive girl named Zeen Marala revealed her abilities by helping the Jedi. But her friend, a young boy named Crix Camerat, was captured by the Nile. Against his students' protests, Yoda boarded the Nile ship alone to rescue the boy. However, he discovered something else inside, a strange, glowing purple artifact. He thought nothing of this artifact and proceeded with the rescue. He would later find out that this artifact was much more dangerous than it looked, and that he should have taken it from the Nile when he had the chance. The rescue would go sideways when Crix, feeling betrayed by Zeen's alliance with the Jedi, alerted the Nile to Yoda's presence. Yoda escaped with the help of an unlikely ally, Zeen's pet Cham Cham, who devoured several Nile limbs during the scuffle. Sadly, Crix got left behind, with Yoda realizing the young boy did not want to be rescued in the first place. Following these events, Yoda attended the dedication of Starlight Beacon, a massive Jedi space station meant to be a symbol of hope in the Outer Rim. But he wasn't ready to return to the Council yet. His mission with the Padawans wasn't finished. The Force still had plans for him. Then, 2 years after joining the Starhopper, an event happened that became one of the greatest mysteries of Yoda's life. After a battle in the Bright Jewel system, the Starhopper crew received a distress signal from the junk moon Quanxi. There, they discovered a Nile base, and Yoda encountered the man named Elder Tromac, someone he had met decades earlier during the Path of the Open Hand conflict. Tromac, once a member of the Path, now hated the Nile for imprisoning him. He revealed that the Nile were seeking the second half of the mysterious artifact, the same type Yoda had seen on Marchion Ro's ship. He also revealed the true purpose of these artifacts. They were control rods used to control the Nameless. What's worse, they already held one half of it. Realizing the chaos that could be unleashed should both rods reunite, Tromac begged Yoda to help him prevent the Nile from acquiring it. He also insisted on absolute secrecy, refusing to even let the Master bring a comlink. Agreeing that the Nile can't be allowed to hold such power, Yoda departed with Tromac for the planet Vrant Tarnum, where the second half was hidden. Yoda sent the final message to his fellow Jedi, explicitly ordering them not to follow him. This would be an ominous indication of what would follow. Just as Yoda and Tromak were approaching the planet, their shuttle was shot down. The Nile ambushed them and seized the artifact fragment. Their mission had failed, and the Nile acquired the second half of the Nameless control rod. To make matters even worse, Grandmaster Yoda suddenly went missing. With no word or signs of him, Yoda's name was added to the list of Jedi presumed dead. His absence devastated those who knew him, and the galaxy felt his absence strongly in the impending battle. Then, in 230 BBY, a battle on Corellia occurred simultaneously with the fall of Starlight Beacon. As Masters Kantam Sai and Comac Vetus fought overwhelming Nile forces on Coronet City, a hooded figure suddenly appeared. Using the Force, this mysterious Jedi halted a massive stolen starship the Nile were launching. Victory was won, all thanks to this mysterious figure, who appeared at the last minute from out of nowhere. Then, when he lowered his hood, he revealed himself as the missing Grand Master. Yoda had returned, and he wasn't alone. With him was Aslan Rel, a former Jedi who had survived the Night of Sorrow a century earlier. Though Rel had descended into madness studying the Nameless, Yoda brought him along for his crucial knowledge about defeating these creatures. What exactly happened during Yoda's lost year remains a mystery, and not even he offered any explanation for his sudden year-long absence. Resurgence of the Sith. For decades to come, Yoda continued to train Jedi younglings, and among all of Yoda's students, few would affect his life and the galaxy's fate more than Count Dooku of Serenno. Born into nobility around 102 BBY, the young Force-sensitive Dooku was brought to the Jedi Temple as an infant to learn the ways of the Jedi. Eventually, Dooku became Yoda's Padawan. Under the Grand Master's direct tutelage, he grew into one of the Order's most skilled members. Yoda found Dooku to be brilliant, charismatic, and incredibly strong in the Force, but also proud and headstrong. These traits made him a powerful Jedi, but they also were the very seeds of his eventual downfall. As time passed, Dooku eventually became a Jedi Master himself. He took on Qui-Gon Jinn as his Padawan and earned great respect within the Order. But over the decades, he grew disillusioned with the Republic's corruption and the Jedi's role as its indifferent servants. Then, Dooku made a decision that shocked everyone. He left the Jedi Order. The scene of his departure was heartbreaking. As Dooku left the Order to reclaim his title as Count of Serenno, Yoda looked on as he hoped he would one day return to the Order. While heartbroken, Yoda had to go on as Master of the Order. Around 40 BBY, Yoda embarked on a hidden mission that would become known as his Secret War. While on Botor with Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan Kenobi, he felt a distant call through the Force. Following this mysterious pull, Yoda traveled alone to the fog-shrouded world of Vagadar Prime. Child warriors attacked him the moment he landed. Yoda defended himself carefully, then surrendered peacefully to show he meant no harm. The children realized he must have heard their sky scream, a force-powered cry for help that only someone with incredible power could perceive across the stars. In their settlement called Mucktown, Yoda discovered a tragic truth. Vagadar Prime's people once lived in harmony near the Blue Mountains, towering peaks of living stone that channeled the Force. But greed for the mountain's power sparked a devastating war that destroyed all but one peak. The survivors split into two warring tribes, the Mud Dwellers and the Rockhawkers. Now, only children remained. Their parents had vanished years ago while searching for peace. The Rockhawkers challenged Yoda to find the heart of the mountain, deep within dangerous caverns. Venturing inside, he discovered the missing parents living as hermits, consumed by shame for abandoning their children to endless war. Deeper still, Yoda met Garrow, a boy cast out for being weak. Yet the Grandmaster sensed great Force potential in him. Through meditation with Garrow, Yoda made a startling discovery. The mountains themselves were alive. Ancient giants of living stone driven underground long ago. When Garrow revealed this secret to his tribe, they used the dark side to awaken the great mountain in anger. The colossal being rose from the earth, ready to destroy everything in its rage. Yoda stood alone against the Titan, holding back its fury with the Force. His resistance bought time for the Mud Dwellers to awaken other stone giants through prayer. Together, they subdued the enraged mountain. As young Garro charged forward to continue the battle, Yoda implored him to let go of his hate. Faced with the Jedi's compassion, Garro dropped his weapon. The war was over. Parents reunited with their children. Some families chose to leave Vagadar Prime entirely, seeking new lives among the stars. Yoda departed quietly, choosing not to reveal certain truths about the dark side's role in the conflict. Unfortunately, the nature of the dark side wouldn't remain hidden for long. By 32 BBY, the Galactic Republic was entering its final twilight. At roughly 864 years old, Yoda sat as the sole Grandmaster of the Jedi Order, the oldest and wisest member of the High Council. When the Trade Federation blockaded and then invaded the peaceful planet of Naboo, it set in motion events that would destroy the very order Yoda spent centuries protecting. In hopes of gathering more information, the Council sent Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan Kenobi to investigate, and they returned with shocking news. Qui-Gon had encountered a mysterious dark warrior wielding a red lightsaber, clear evidence that the Sith had returned after 1,000 years of supposed extinction. But that wasn't the only shocking thing Qui-Gon brought with him. He had also presented to the Council a 9-year-old, a former slave from Tatooine, Anakin Skywalker. Even more controversial was Qui-Gon's reasoning for bringing the boy. He believed he was the chosen one of ancient prophecy, the one who could bring balance to the Force. When the Council tested young Anakin, they found his Force potential was off the charts. His midichlorian count was higher than any Jedi ever recorded, even higher than that of Grandmaster Yoda. But aside from potential, Yoda sensed something else in the boy: deep fear, anger, and dangerous attachment. The Council, following Yoda's judgment, initially refused to allow Anakin's training. He was too old, too attached to his past, too dangerous. It was a decision Qui-Gon couldn't accept, as he remained absolutely convinced of the boy's destiny. However, the Fates had a different plan for the young Skywalker. During the Battle of Naboo, Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan faced the Sith warrior once more, named Darth Maul. Unfortunately, the double-bladed saber-wielding Sith proved too much for the Master and Padawan duo. In the end, Qui-Gon lost his life, although his death brought one consolation: it was fuel enough for his young Padawan to defeat the Sith enemy. Honoring Qui-Gon's dying wish, the Council reconsidered, and despite his previous misgivings, Yoda agreed to let Obi-Wan, now a knighted Jedi, train Anakin as his own Padawan. At Qui-Gon's funeral, Yoda and Mace Windu discussed the implications of Maul's appearance. The rule of two stated that a Sith never worked alone. Where there's an apprentice, there's a master. If Maul was the apprentice, then somewhere a Sith master remained hidden. As it turned out, that master hid in plain sight, and he stood among them disguised as the newly elected Chancellor Palpatine. In the decade following the Battle of Naboo, the Republic began to fracture. By 22 BBY, Count Dooku had created a separatist movement and rallied multiple star systems against the Republic. Yoda watched in horror, as the student he had hoped might one day return to the light had become an enemy of the Republic. Worse than that, Dooku had completely fallen to the dark side of the Force. Adopting the moniker Darth Tyrannus, Dooku had succeeded Darth Maul as Sidious's new apprentice. More troubling still, the Jedi's ability to see the future was failing. In private, Yoda admitted to Mace Windu that their connection to the Force had diminished. The dark side clouded everything, but revealing this weakness to the Senate would only embolden their enemies. The Jedi carried this terrible secret as the crisis turned to war. The Separatist crisis exploded when Obi-Wan, investigating an assassination attempt on Senator Padme Amidala, discovered two shocking revelations. On Kamino, a massive clone army had been secretly commissioned for the Republic. Then, on Geonosis, Count Dooku commanded a vast droid army ready to wage war against the Republic. With conflict inevitable, Chancellor Palpatine was granted emergency powers and authorized the use of the clone army. The Senate made this choice to protect the Republic. Little did they know, this was the first step towards its doom. The Clone Wars. Yoda personally traveled to Kamino to take command of these troops. Leading them into battle went against everything the Jedi stood for, but the alternative was the Republic's destruction. At the Battle of Geonosis, Yoda arrived with clone battalions just in time to rescue Mace Windu and a handful of surviving Jedi from certain death in the Petranaki arena. For the first time in generations, Jedi served as military commanders. The Clone Wars had begun. During the battle's climax, Yoda confronted Count Dooku in his hangar. Master faced former student in a lightsaber duel that showcased both warriors at their peak. Dooku, who made the first move, unleashed force lightning at his old master. Yoda absorbed it with his bare hands and redirected it back. Their lightsaber combat was blindingly fast. After the epic clash, the duel ended in a stalemate. Realizing he couldn't defeat Yoda directly, Dooku created a distraction by endangering the wounded Obi-Wan and Anakin. Yoda chose to save his fellow Jedi rather than pursue Dooku, who escaped to continue leading the Separatists. The Clone Wars transformed the Jedi from peacekeepers into generals, and no one felt this burden more than Yoda. Though he served as a key strategist from the Jedi Temple's war room, he also led troops personally when needed, always emphasizing compassion, even in warfare. One of his most memorable battlefield moments came at Rugosa, where Yoda and just 3 clone troopers were ambushed by an entire Separatist battalion. The mission was to secure an alliance with the Toydarian king, but Asajj Ventress, Dooku's dark assassin, had set a trap. Outnumbered hundreds to 1, Yoda turned the impossible situation into a teaching moment. He learned each clone's name, treated them as individuals rather than numbers. Through clever tactics and inspiration, Yoda's small squad defeated the droid army. When Ventress herself attacked, Yoda disarmed her so effortlessly that she fled rather than continue the fight. Throughout the war, Yoda continued training young Jedi whenever possible. In a particularly insightful move, he assigned Ahsoka Tano as Anakin Skywalker's Padawan. Yoda hoped that teaching would help Anakin learn to let go of his attachments, the very flaw Yoda had sensed in him years earlier. The war also didn't prevent Yoda from bettering himself. As the war dragged on, he began hearing a voice in his head, a voice that was all too familiar, that of Qui-Gon Jinn's. Following his former student's guidance, Yoda secretly left Coruscant on a spiritual journey that would change his view of the Force from then on. First, Qui-Gon led him to Dagobah, a planet saturated with the living Force. In a cave strong with the dark side, Yoda confronted a vision of his own inner darkness, a shadowy version of himself that embodied all his fears and hubris. Only by acknowledging this darkness could he move forward. Next, Yoda traveled to the Wellspring of Life, the birthplace of midichlorians, where he met the 5 priestesses, ancient beings who taught the secret of maintaining consciousness after death. They sent him to Moraband, the ancient Sith homeworld, for his final trial. There, Yoda resisted temptations from 2 Sith Lords, Darth Bane and Darth Sidious. Through these trials, Yoda learned the path to immortality, not of the body, but of the spirit, a way to become one with the Force. Though he couldn't prevent the coming darkness, he now knew there was hope beyond it. Yoda also continued to foster good relations with his allies. One good example of this is how he personally defended Kashyyyk during the war. Throughout the centuries, he developed a special bond with the Wookiees, the natives of the planet. He visited their world numerous times, often mediating conflicts between the Wookiees and their aggressive neighbors. The Wookiees saw Yoda not just as an ally, but as a true friend of their people. In recognition of his longtime service, the Wookiees granted Yoda an ancient honor, the title Defender of the Home Tree. This ceremonial name was reserved for those who had protected the great city trees of Kashyyyk and the Wookiee way of life. Yoda was even adopted into Wookiee honor families, making him literally part of their extended clans. This wasn't just an empty title. It represented decades of real commitment. Yoda had stood with the Wookiees through conflicts, negotiations, and crises. And during the Clone Wars, they in turn stood with him as the worst attack on the Jedi Order took place. The fall of the Jedi Order. In 19 BBY, everything fell in place for the enemy of the Jedi. Chancellor Palpatine revealed himself to Anakin as Darth Sidious, the Sith Lord the Jedi had been hunting for 13 years. When Mace Windu attempted to arrest him, Anakin intervened, allowing Palpatine to kill Windu and seduce Anakin to the dark side as Darth Vader. Then came Order 66, the secret protocol embedded into every clone trooper's mind, branding all Jedi as traitors to be executed immediately. Yoda felt it on Kashyyyk, a massive disturbance in the Force as thousands of Jedi died simultaneously across the galaxy. Commander Gree and another clone approached Yoda from behind to execute him, but the Grand Master sensed their murderous intent. In one fluid motion, he decapitated both would-be assassins with his lightsaber. Chewbacca and Tarful, honoring Yoda's decades of friendship with their people, helped him escape into the Shadowlands and eventually off-planet. Senator Bail Organa evacuated both Yoda and Obi-Wan, bringing them back to Coruscant. In the ruined Jedi Temple, they found a massacre. Younglings and knights slaughtered not by clones, but by a lightsaber. Security recordings revealed the horrific truth. Anakin Skywalker, now Darth Vader, had led the slaughter. Yoda knew what had to be done. While Obi-Wan went to face his former apprentice, Yoda went directly to the Senate building to confront Darth Sidious. Their duel in the empty Senate chamber was legendary. Two masters of the Force at the height of their powers. They hurled Senate pods at each other with telekinesis, clashed lightsabers with blinding speed, and unleashed Force powers that shook the entire building. When Sidious struck with Force lightning, Yoda caught it and redirected it back, causing an explosion that sent both flying. But Yoda fell from the Chancellor's podium to the Senate floor far below. Though he survived, he realized a terrible truth. He would not win this battle. The Sith had won not through superior strength, but because the Jedi had been fighting the wrong war all along. For Yoda, there was only one course of action left. He had to flee. The Jedi Order was destroyed, with only a handful of survivors scattered across the galaxy. With that, he escaped and decided it was best to go into exile. Before parting ways with Obi-Wan, Yoda revealed one ray of hope. Qui-Gon had learned to become one with the Force and would teach them to do the same. However, more importantly for the galaxy, he also helped hide the Skywalker twins. Luke would go to Tatooine with Obi-Wan watching over him, while Leia would be adopted by the Organas on Alderaan. Yoda chose Dagobah for his exile, knowing its strong Force presence would hide him from the Emperor's senses. The mighty Grand Master of the Jedi Order vanished into the swamps, carrying the weight of the Order's destruction and the hope for its eventual rebirth. For 22 years, Yoda lived alone on Dagobah, the swamp world teeming with life and the Force. He made his home near a cave that was the nexus of dark side energy, its darkness masking his light from Palpatine's searching senses. In exile, Yoda lived simply, eating roots and swamp creatures, spending his days in meditation. But Yoda wasn't completely isolated. Through the Force, he continued his training with Qui-Gon's spirit, perfecting the technique that would allow him to maintain his identity after death. He also reached out through the Force to guide other survivors. When young Ezra Bridger and Kanan Jarrus sought wisdom in the Lothal Jedi Temple, Yoda's voice and vision guided them from across the galaxy. Mostly, though, Yoda waited. The Skywalker children were growing up, hidden from their father and the Emperor. As the galaxy fell into turmoil under the grasp of the Empire, Yoda remained patient, knowing hope wasn't lost for the Jedi and the galaxy. Bringing balance to the Force. In 3 ABY, Hope arrived on Dagobah in the form of Luke Skywalker. Following a vision from Obi-Wan's ghost, Luke came seeking the great warrior Yoda. But the ancient master had one more test to give. Pretending to be a crazy swamp hermit, Yoda poked through Luke's supplies, stole his food, and acted completely oblivious to Luke's urgent mission. Yoda was testing Luke's patience, humility, and character through playfulness. Unfortunately, he found Luke impatient and reckless, much like his father. Therefore, he refused to train him, with the fear of making the same mistake twice. Only when Obi-Wan's spirit intervened did Yoda reveal himself and reluctantly agreed to train the boy. Yoda's training pushed Luke physically and spiritually. He trained him to focus under tough situations. In a demonstration of power, the ancient master levitated Luke's sunken X-Wing from the swamp with the Force, showing Luke that size meant nothing compared to belief. Yoda also sent Luke to confront his deepest fears. He sent him into the nearby dark side cave without weapons. Inside, Luke faced a vision of Darth Vader, only to see his own face beneath the mask, a warning about the darkness he carried within himself. But Luke's training was cut short when he received visions of his friends suffering in Cloud City, despite Yoda and Obi-Wan begging him to stay, warning that it was a trap. Luke chose to leave. While he eventually did succeed in his mission, Yoda pondered on the young Padawan's recklessness. However, he also acknowledged that there is another Skywalker who can set them on the right path. A year later, Luke returned to complete his training, but found Yoda approaching the end of his life. Bedridden and weak, Yoda confirmed the truth Luke dreaded. Darth Vader was indeed his father. But he also told Luke that he must confront Vader again. Only by facing the Sith could he become a true Jedi Knight. With his final breaths, Yoda made another revelation. The other Skywalker, Luke's twin sister, Leia. Having passed on all he could, Yoda accepted that his time had come. After leaving his parting words to his young Padawan, Yoda peacefully passed at age 900. Luke watched in sorrow as his master became one with the Force. The last of the old Jedi Order was gone, but not truly dead. Yoda had achieved what no Sith ever could: immortality through the light side of the Force. True to his training, Yoda retained his consciousness after death. At the celebration on Endor after the Empire's defeat, Luke saw the spirits of Yoda, Obi-Wan, and his redeemed father Anakin watching over him, the old generation blessing the new.
At number 2, Mace Windu. Mace came closer to ending the Sith than any other Jedi in galactic history. On the night Anakin Skywalker chose Palpatine over the Jedi Order, Mace led the arrest party into the Chancellor's office. 3 of the Jedi who came with him died in the opening seconds of the fight. Mace fought Darth Sidious alone, drove the Sith Master back through his own office, disarmed him at the shattered window, and held a blade to his throat. The Sith Lord, who had spent 4 decades preparing for the throne of the galaxy, was beaten in a single duel. He survived only because the one person Mace had not checked was standing behind him. Without Anakin, the Empire never happens. Without Anakin, Mace is the Jedi who ended the rule of 2. Mace Windu was the only Jedi who openly admitted that genuine darkness lived inside him. Instead of suppressing it, he built a weapon to channel it. He sat on the highest seat of the Jedi Council, created the most dangerous lightsaber form ever practiced, and defeated the most powerful Sith Lord in 1,000 years in single combat. He held a blade at Darth Sidious' throat and had every reason to believe that he had saved the Republic, but he was wrong. From childhood, the Force gave Windu an ability that no other Jedi possessed. He could see where things would break. He could perceive the hidden fractures in people, in objects, in the Force itself, the critical weak points that held the world together. He built his entire career around this gift, using it to win battles, read enemies, and guide the Order through its darkest years. But on the night that decided the fate of the galaxy, the one shatter point he never thought to check was standing right behind him. This and all following information are drawn from official Star Wars Legends and canon sources. We highly recommend exploring these stories. Chapter 1. Above the Cloud Sea. Harun Kal was a planet where survival was earned, never guaranteed. The surface lay drowned beneath a toxic sea of volcanic gases called the Cloud Sea, and only the mountain peaks rising above this barrier could sustain life. The native human population, known as the Kodunai, lived as nomadic herders in the treacherous highlands, where predators like branch leopards, vine cats, and fever wasps made every journey a gamble. It was here, on a world whose name translated to above the clouds, that Mace Windu was born. The Kodunai were remarkable because every member of their population was Force sensitive. As recounted in Shatterpoint, Jedi scholars trace the Kodunai lineage back roughly 4,000 years to the Great Sith War, when a starship carrying Jedi Knights reportedly crashed on the planet, and the stranded survivors eventually became the ancestors of the Kodunai people. They organized into extended family clans called Ghosh, and Windu was born into the Ghosh Windu. Carvaster, a fierce warrior who shared his deep connection to the Force, was also of Ghosh Windu, making the two men clan brothers from birth. But before Windu ever held a lightsaber, his home world had already begun shaping him. Kodan culture was built on 4 pillars: honor, duty, family, and herd, with honor ranked highest, demanding honesty, bravery, and integrity above all else. The Kodanai used their Force abilities to bond with Akdogs, powerful predators that served as companions and protectors, and Grassers, the massive creatures they herded across the highland plateaus. The planet had a tragically high mortality rate among its children, and only the strongest survived the harsh conditions of the highlands. Windu's parents perished in the jungles when he was only 6 months old, leaving him alone before he could even speak. Jedi anthropologists had been studying the Kodanai, fascinated that an entire population could touch the Force. They asked the Windu clan if they might take the child back to the Jedi Order, and since his parents were already gone, the clan agreed. He had not yet reached his naming day, so the Order gave him the name he carried for the rest of his life as he entered the Academy on Coruscant. The Jedi Temple on Coruscant was the largest training center in the galaxy, housing thousands of younglings, Padawans, knights, and masters within its ancient halls. For the boy from the harsh world, the temple offered structure, education, and the closest thing to family he would ever know. But unlike many of his fellow younglings who took comfort in the temple's safety, young Windu approached his training with an intensity that unsettled his teachers. He did not play, but instead prepared relentlessly. And that seriousness drew attention early. Where other Jedi approached the Force with wonder, this boy approached it with gravity. The world Windu came from was one where danger was constant and losing focus could prove fatal, and this forged in him a survival mindset from infancy. Even though he was too young to remember Harun Kal consciously, the Force-sensitive boy carried its imprint in his being. Unlike many younglings who arrived at the temple from peaceful worlds, the Kodan boy entered the Order already primed for watchfulness, control, and the discipline that would define him. This lesson was bred into his bones by a world of poisonous clouds and predatory jungles. That survival instinct shaped every choice he made as a Jedi, and it fed a fear of chaos rooted so deeply that he could never fully separate caution from control. It was both his greatest powerful asset and the seed of what critics eventually called his rigidity. Where other Jedi might approach training with playfulness, young Windu treated each exercise as preparation for something urgent. Yet, the temple's instructors quickly realized that this boy from the harsh world carried far more than training, a volatile fire burning beneath the surface that none of them had seen in a youngling before, and it would take a rare and extraordinary Force ability to reveal just how different Mace Windu was from every other student in the Order, an ability that would change how he saw the galaxy and everything in it. Chapter 2: The Boy Who Saw Shadow Points. However, the temple's training halls soon reveal something about young Windu that nobody had expected. Like all younglings, the Kodan boy received instruction from Grandmaster Yoda himself during his earliest years. Even among the gifted children who filled the Jedi Temple, Windu stood apart. He carried intense emotions, a fire that burned inside him hotter and more volatile than what most younglings possessed. His instructor noticed this intensity early on, and it set him apart from his peers in ways that were not always comfortable for anyone involved. At a young age, the boy discovered a rare Force ability, and that is, he could perceive shadow points. This was not an ordinary sight, but a deep perception of how things connected within the Force, and how the Force bound them to themselves and to all things around them. Shadow points reveal critical junctions that other things depended upon. If identified and acted upon, these weak points could hold the key to averting disaster, winning battles, or fulfilling the will of the Force itself. Then he realized something that changed how he saw himself and every Jedi around. As recounted in the Legends novel Shatterpoint, Windu was 6 or 7 standard years old before he understood that other students, full-grown knights, and even wise masters could only sense these connections with great difficulty and concentration. The Force showed him strengths and weaknesses, hidden flaws, and unexpected uses, and vectors of stress that squeezed, stretched, or sheared. When he looked at someone through the Force, he could see where they would break. This ability sharpened his strategic mind from childhood. It also placed a heavy weight on him because knowing where things could break meant that he felt responsible to act when others hesitated, and to act correctly without exception. While other younglings approached their training with curiosity and play, the Kodan boy treated each lesson as preparation for a crisis that could not afford mistakes. The seriousness that already defined him only deepened as his perception of the Force grew stronger. Still, the deeper struggle was not about power, but about what raged silently inside him. The Jedi Code taught peace and serenity as the natural state of a Force user, but young Windu's version was closer to restraint and constant suppression of strong currents running beneath the surface. He did not naturally arrive at peace. Windu fought for it against his own nature at all times. Where others found calm through surrender, the Kodan boy found it only through control. And that difference set the pattern for his life. This was the central tension of his existence, the difference between genuine inner peace and the forceful containment of intense emotions that look like peace from the outside. His sense of right and wrong was strict, not cruel but unyielding. There were lines he believed should never be crossed, and he spent his youth building walls around each one of them. The boy from the harsh world was constructing his defenses early, and every wall he built made him stronger and more isolated at the same time. One of his early instructors was Sa, a member of the legendary Neti species of sapient mobile trees who helped train him during his formative years. The first time Windu managed to best one of his instructors came during a sparring match with Sa, who was surprised but respected his skill. During the same years, he also developed a long-lasting friendship with a fellow Jedi named Sora Bulk, a Weequay already considered one of the Order's finest lightsaber practitioners. That friendship would carry serious consequences for them both. However, despite his growing mastery of the Force and the respect he had earned from seasoned instructors, one challenge remained that frustrated the young Windu more than any other, and it involved his lightsaber, the one weapon whose construction tested not his strength or his intellect, but the one quality he found hardest to summon, the willingness to let go of control and simply trust the Force to guide what his hands alone can never assemble. Chapter 3: The Purple Blade. But building that weapon proved to be one of the hardest things he ever did. Despite his remarkable talent in the Force, the Kodan boy famously struggled with the construction of his first lightsaber. In canon, the ancient architect droid Professor Huyang supervised his attempts and concluded that the youngling had neither the patience nor the correct understanding to complete the weapon. Huyang advised Windu to temper his emotions because a lightsaber's components never needed to be built in the traditional sense. A Jedi did not deliberately construct a lightsaber through force of will. Instead, they allowed the Force to guide the components together because the lightsaber was meant to be an extension of the Jedi themselves. This advice frustrated the intense young Windu, but it eventually helped him understand a basic truth about balance. Forcing things together through willpower alone was not the same as allowing them to come together through trust. The pieces were already whole, and they needed someone willing to let the Force bring them together. For Windu, this was the hardest lesson of his youth. His whole approach to the Force was built on control and decisive action, and the lightsaber construction process demanded the opposite. The boy needed to surrender his will to the Force and trust that the outcome would be correct. It went against every instinct the boy from Harun Kal possessed. His eventual success did not erase the struggle, but it proved that he could learn to let go, even if letting go never came naturally. As recounted in the canon comic Age of Republic, this became his first real lesson. The frustration he felt was essential to his growth, though he could not see it at the time. As shown in Age of Republic Special Number 1, he eventually understood that he had struggled because he was trying to impose his will on the process rather than listening to the Force, and the instant he surrendered control was when the weapon finally came together. Within Legends lore, the origin of the blade's distinctive color carries even deeper meaning. According to the story Stones from Star Wars Tales No. 13, young Windu had been having recurring visions of a specific lightsaber with a purple blade, despite never having held one. By age 14, he had still not yet completed a lightsaber despite his exceptional skill. Grandmaster Yoda understood that Windu wanted a challenge, and at Yoda's direction, the 14-year-old was sent alone to the planet Hurricane in wild space. Eventually, what started as a test of skill turned into a lasting lesson of compassion. Hurricane was inhabited by sentient beings made entirely of crystalline stone and purple minerals. The young Jedi was chased by the stone natives who saw him as an intruder, and confident in his abilities, he toyed with his pursuers as he evaded them. When one of the stone beings attempted to follow him across a canyon and plummeted to the ground, shattering its crystalline body on impact, the boy was horrified at what his recklessness had caused. Windu stopped fleeing immediately and painstakingly used the Force to reconstruct the shattered native, piece by piece, healing the being he had broken through his own carelessness. In gratitude for his mercy, the restored native presented Windu with the rare amethyst hurricane crystals, which possess unusual hardness and could produce lightsaber blades of extraordinary strength. With these crystals, the young Jedi built his signature weapon, a lightsaber that produced a distinctive violet blade, unlike any other in the Jedi Order. In canon, the crystal turned purple when it bonded with him during the construction process, as all kyber crystals are colorless until they connect with a Force user. The distinctive electrum plating on his lightsaber hilt gave the weapon a regal, golden appearance, fitting for a Jedi who walked an uncommon path. The purple blade stood as a symbol of his identity, balanced between the blue of Jedi Guardians and the red of aggression, representing a warrior who stood apart from the rest of the Order. Nevertheless, the crystal was not obtained through force, but through humility and the willingness to repair what had been broken. And that same lesson applied to far more than lightsaber construction, because on a plague-ravaged world where a fraud exploited the desperate, the young Padawan learned that the line between righteous justice and personal vengeance was dangerously thin, and terrifyingly easy to cross when emotions ran high and rage felt indistinguishable from righteousness. Chapter 4: Justice and Control. Yet that test came sooner than expected, on a mission that would establish his pattern. Following his trials as a youngling, Windu became the Padawan of Jedi Master Sizzlin Mir, a Merialan who imparted upon her young apprentice a strong belief in the rule of law and the importance of measured justice. She taught him that the galaxy was full of injustice, but that a Jedi's response must always be tempered by wisdom and restraint, a principle that would define his character permanently. As depicted in a flashback from the canon Marvel comic Jedi of the Republic issue 4, a pivotal mission tested the young Padawan beyond combat. A man named Druze had taken residence in a Jedi outreach temple on the planet Mythos. With the local population suffering from the Niffin plague, Druze convinced the desperate people he was a Jedi prophet who could heal the sick in return for their faith and servitude. He was a fraud, and the Order dispatched Mir and her Padawan to bring him down. As they approached the temple, Windu observed the people suffering and was affected, not by the plague itself, but by how completely Druze had corrupted the trust these people had placed in someone they believed to be a Jedi. This was not a simple crime for the young Padawan. This was personal because Druze had taken the most sacred relationship in the galaxy, the bond between Jedi and the people they served, and twisted it into a tool for exploitation. However, the confrontation with Druze revealed a troubling impulse inside the young Padawan himself. Windu pursued the charlatan through the temple and defeated his bodyguards despite his youth, though Druze managed to wound his arm with a blaster. Using the Force to hold the man in place, Windu disarmed him, but his anger was building rapidly. The charlatan had corrupted trust, exploited the desperate, and twisted the idea of what the Jedi stood for. Windu was ready to punish rather than arrest. Master Mir intervened and ordered Windu to lower his lightsaber before he crossed a line that can never be uncrossed. Jedi do not decide outcomes alone, and they must never become judge, jury, and enforcer, no matter how righteous the anger feels in the moment. The line between justice and vengeance is crossed, not through intent, but through action. Mir taught her Padawan to recognize when he was approaching that line and to stop himself before it was too late. It was a lesson he carried for the rest of his life. Then, Windu became a knight, and his career accelerated faster than anyone could have predicted. One of the most significant events of this period was his rescue of a young, orphan girl named Depa Billaba from space pirates. He took Depa as his Padawan, and she proved to be one of his most talented students, and one of the finest Jedi of her generation. Their relationship was deep, almost like that of a father and daughter, and the Canon Master was immensely proud of her achievements. As chronicled in the canon Marvel comic Age of Republic Special number 1, the Council deployed Windu to the Outer Rim planet of Uzalon due to attacks committed by the warlord Guataco. Windu deliberately allowed himself to be captured to discover the location of the warlord's hidden base, buried inside 80,000 kilometers of tunnels. Upon learning that Guataco's operation relied on kidnapped children forced to serve as soldiers, the Jedi Master tried to convince a child named Koya to abandon the insurgents, hoping to save them all. Guataco assumed his prisoner was helpless, a fatal miscalculation, as the Jedi Master used telekinesis to reassemble his weapon and fought his way free. The other Jedi arrived, and the remaining insurgents were taken into custody by Uzalon's security forces. Although they rescued 26 abducted children, Windu had hoped to save Koya and the child soldiers who were already a part of Guataco's cause. Yoda reminded him that the Jedi were forbidden from interfering in local affairs. Windu accepted the outcome, but wished he could have done more. At the age of 28, Windu became the youngest Jedi ever appointed to the Council. His wisdom and his words were considered legendary within the Order, and he was often regarded as second only to Grandmaster Yoda, despite being 8 centuries younger. Eventually, sometime before the Naboo Crisis, the Canon Master was elected as Master of the Order, the leader of the Jedi Council, and the overall second-in-command of the Jedi after the Grand Master. Windu's leadership faced further testing during the Yanchori Uprising, where the Jedi battled a Force-resistant species attempting to conquer nearby star systems. As depicted in the comic Acts of War, Windu deployed Jedi strike teams against the rebellion and personally led a team to the Yanchori home world. Because the Yanchori possessed a natural resistance to Force manipulation, the Jedi Master had to rely more heavily on tactical planning and conventional combat strategy, skills that proved essential when the Clone Wars demanded military leadership. But the man who sat on the Council's highest seat carried a secret that none of his peers fully understood, because the darkness he had been fighting since childhood had never gone away. And instead of continuing to suppress it, the Canon Master decided to do something that no other Jedi in the Order's long history had ever attempted. And he would build a fighting style designed specifically to channel his own darkness and use it as a weapon. Chapter 5: Vapad. When Windu looked inward and acknowledged that real darkness lived inside him, everything changed. Working alongside his old friend Sora Bulk, who was skilled in all 7 lightsaber forms, Windu drew inspiration from a predatory creature native to the planet Serapin, called the Vapad, whose tentacles struck with blinding speed, moving so fast that they were impossible to count until the creature stopped moving entirely. Together, they developed a new variation of Form 7 named after this creature. Form 7, also known as Juyo, was the most vicious and demanding of all lightsaber combat styles. It drew heavily upon a practitioner's emotions to fuel dominance in combat, and due to its closeness to the dark side, it had been restricted and, at times, forbidden by the Council. Vapad was Windu's modified version, a controlled channel where the practitioner accepted their own aggressive feelings and even drew upon the dark side energy of their opponent, turning it back against them. The user rode the edge between light and dark, using aggression without surrendering to it. A Vapad user served as a conduit, creating what Shatterpoint describes as a superconducting loop in the Force. Dark energy flows in from the opponent, gets amplified by the Jedi's skills and their own darker impulses, and returns to the opponent with devastating force. In the Legends novelization of Revenge of the Sith, Anakin Skywalker once observed Windu's blade work and perceived it as a sphere of purple fire containing dozens of blades attacking from every angle simultaneously. Remarkably, every other practitioner who ever attempted the form was consumed by its pull. Sora Bulk, who had helped create Vapad, grew fascinated by the dark side during its development. The darkness that Vapad required its users to channel proved too seductive for Bulk to resist, and according to the Legends Mace Windu comic by Dark Horse, he gradually surrendered to the pull rather than learning to contain it. As Windu observed with bitter precision, Bulk did not master Vapad, and instead, Vapad mastered him completely. Depa Billaba also trained in Vapad under his guidance and was considered nearly unbeatable in single combat. Her natural aptitude for the form impressed Windu, though he remained watchful, knowing that even the most talented practitioner could be consumed by its pull if their focus ever wavered. Quinlan Vos learned some Vapad maneuvers from Bulk without Windu's knowledge, and when the Quoden Master recognized a Vapad technique during a sparring match, he immediately warned Vos against its use, noting that the form could take the user dangerously close to the dark side. Yet Windu, alone among all practitioners, remained uncorrupted, the only true Vapad master. Windu had looked into his own shadow, acknowledged its existence, designed a system to contain it, and maintained that system for decades without faltering. No other Jedi had managed to do anything comparable to Form 7. The discipline required formed the foundation of all he did as a leader, and it shaped how he viewed every Jedi who walked a less controlled path. His creation of Vapad shaped his role on the Jedi Council. Because he understood darkness from the inside, Windu served as the personal guardian of tradition, the one who feared chaos most keenly because he knew from personal experience how easily order could shatter. His strict adherence to Jedi protocol, his intolerance for maverick behavior, his suspicion of emotional attachment, these were not the reflexes of a cold bureaucrat, but the discipline of a man who knew what would happen if the walls came down. In The Phantom Menace, Windu denied Qui-Gon's request to train the boy. Never patient with those who disobeyed the Council, the Quoden Master doubted the maverick Jedi Qui-Gon Jinn's belief that the ancient Sith had returned, and he thought little of Qui-Gon's insistence that young Anakin Skywalker was the chosen one. He sensed fear in the child and concluded that training him posed too great a risk. This initial assessment, whether it was wisdom or blindness, cast a long shadow over his relationship with Skywalker. After Qui-Gon fell at the hands of Darth Maul on Naboo, Windu accepted two truths he had resisted. The Sith had indeed returned, and Anakin Skywalker would be trained despite his objections. His distrust of the boy began the day that Qui-Gon brought him before the Council, and it never faded. According to the canon novel The Glass Abyss by Stephen Barnes, the Quoden Master received a final message from Qui-Gon, marked to be delivered upon his passing, containing a plea to help the Outer Rim planet Metagos. A violent solar flare had transformed the planet's surface into a landscape of irradiated glass, and the surviving inhabitants fled underground, where rival criminal clans fought to control the limited resources. Windu traveled there to fulfill his fallen colleague's last request, facing circumstances that pushed him to the boundaries of the Jedi Code while operating far from the Temple and Council politics. The mission tested his beliefs in ways that no amount of discipline had prepared him for, and then a war began that would test that resolve in ways he never imagined. Because the Jedi Order was about to be handed an army and told to fight, and the man who had spent decades mastering his own darkness would watch as the galaxy stripped his control away, one compromise at a time, hardening him into someone willing to do things that the Jedi he had been before the first shot was fired on Geonosis would never have recognized. Chapter 6: The Clone Wars. Then the Clone Wars erupted, and everything Mace Windu had built was tested to breaking. The 2024 canon Marvel Comics miniseries Mace Windu by Mark Bernardin takes place before the war and showcases a younger Windu on early adventures that highlight his skills as an investigator and warrior before the Clone Wars changed him. 10 years after the Naboo crisis, the separatist movement under Count Dooku had grown into a galactic threat. When Obi-Wan Kenobi was captured on Geonosis, Windu personally led a strike team of 212 Jedi to rescue him. During Attack of the Clones, during the chaos, the Quoden Master struck down the infamous bounty hunter Jango Fett, the template for the entire clone army, with devastating precision. One clean swing of his purple blade ended the fight instantly. The separatist forces overwhelmed his Jedi, and only the arrival of Yoda with the newly revealed clone army prevented total destruction. The galaxy was now at war, and the Jedi had been forced into an unfamiliar and perilous role as military generals commanding armies of clone troopers across dozens of fronts simultaneously. Shortly after Geonosis, Windu was tasked with investigating Separatist activity on a dark jungle planet. As depicted in the canon Marvel comic Jedi of the Republic, Windu selected 3 Jedi companions for the mission to Hisrich, including council member Kit Fisto, the blind but perceptive Prasad Dibs, and the newly knighted Risa Mano. They discovered a mercenary droid named ADW-4, hired by General Grievous, was harvesting energy-producing plants that could tip the war in the Separatist behavior, destroying the ecosystem and threatening the native population. During the mission, Prasad Dibs grew increasingly disillusioned. After discovering the remains of the people they'd been trying to protect, Dibs confronted Windu directly, accusing the Jedi Order of corrupting the Force by becoming soldiers. The confrontation escalated until Dibs ignited his lightsaber and attacked. Windu defeated him but chose mercy over lethal force, restraining him for the remainder of the mission and then defending him before the council, arguing that Dibs was as much a victim of the war as anyone else. Windu moved for Dibs' punishment to be confinement in the Jedi Library rather than expulsion from the Order. The council agreed, but Dibs accepted the sentence with bitter contempt, warning the Coden Master that his pride would be his downfall. The accusation stung because it carried a grain of truth. Windu's confidence in the Jedi Order's righteousness left no room for the possibility that Dibs might have a point, and the Coden Master dismissed the warning without a second thought, never considering that mercy alone might not be enough to reach someone already lost. Meanwhile, one of Windu's most celebrated military campaigns was the liberation of Ryloth itself. As shown in the Clone Wars episode Liberty on Ryloth, after Skywalker secured the space above and Kenobi took the southern hemisphere, Windu faced the final objective, retaking the capital city of Lezu, where Separatist Emir Wat Tambor had established his command center. Rather than a costly siege, the Jedi General sought the help of the Twi'lek resistance under Cham Syndulla, and led a daring assault, crossing the Plasma Bridge with only 2 clone troopers. The liberation succeeded, and Windu earned the title of the Hammer of Ryloth among the Twi'lek people, a name that endured even when the Empire later tried to erase the Jedi from galactic history. The consequences of Geonosis also followed Windu in intensely personal ways. Young Boba Fett, the unaltered clone of Jango, harbored a burning desire for revenge. As shown in the Clone Wars, Boba infiltrated clone cadets aboard a Republic warship, planted a bomb in Windu's quarters, and sabotaged the reactor. Windu and Skywalker were lured to Vancor and nearly perished before rescue arrived. The attempted revenge showed that the consequences of Geonosis would follow the Coden Master for years. Boba Fett was a child driven by grief and rage, and Windu recognized the pattern because he had seen it in himself. The war was creating orphans and turning them into weapons, the cycle that the Jedi were supposed to prevent. With every new campaign, the distance between the peacekeepers the Jedi were meant to be and the generals they had become grew wider, and Windu felt that distance more acutely than most. As told in Shatterpoint, the war's most devastating chapter for Windu was deeply personal. The Council had sent his former Padawan Depa Billaba to Harun Kal, Windu's birth world, to train the Kodonai as guerrilla fighters against the Separatist-aligned Balawai. All contact with Depa was lost, and a disturbing recording hinted she had fallen to the dark side. Windu traveled alone to the jungles of his home world that he barely remembered, searching for the woman who had been like a daughter to him. Deep in the wilderness, he found Depa corrupted by the horrors of the Summertime War and influenced by Kar Vaster, a dangerous Force user of Ghosh Windu, his own clan. The woman who had been like a daughter to him had become someone he barely recognized. Windu defeated her in combat, and she was returned to Coruscant in a comatose state. The experience forced him to confront the true cost of sending people he cared about into war, a cost that no amount of Jedi discipline could absorb. In the Clone Wars micro-series by Genndy Tartakovsky, Windu's most spectacular feats were displayed during the Battle of Dantooine, where he single-handedly dismantled most of the Separatist droid army and destroyed their massive seismic tank without assistance. For a portion of the battle, the Jedi Master fought without his lightsaber, using Vapad for unarmed combat, destroying droids with his bare hands, in sequences that showed how devastating his mastery of the form could be when fully unleashed against an army. As the war ground on relentlessly, Windu underwent a transformation that no amount of preparation could reverse, shifting from peacekeeper to someone willing to do things the Jedi would never have accepted before the conflict began, because the longer the fighting lasted and the more power Palpatine accumulated, the more convinced the Conan Master became that the real threat to the Republic was not the separatist armies on distant battlefields, but the man sitting in the Chancellor's office on Coruscant. Chapter 7: The Chancellor. By this stage of the war, Palpatine's influence over the Jedi Order had grown, making it impossible to ignore. The Supreme Chancellor had cultivated a private bond with Anakin Skywalker that bypassed the Council entirely, meeting with the young Jedi Knight regularly and drawing him closer with every passing month. Windu watched this relationship with growing unease, recognizing that no politician had ever inserted himself so far into the affairs of a Jedi. The Chancellor framed his attention as fatherly concern, but the Conan Master saw it as interference, and the pattern only intensified as the war dragged on. As the Clone Wars progressed, Windu's suspicion of Palpatine deepened with every emergency power the Senate handed over. Though he never guessed the Chancellor was Darth Sidious, the Conan Master watched as the Senate became a rubber stamp for one man's authority. As Palpatine accumulated power that no single leader in the Republic had ever held, drawing from the canon novel Dark Disciple by Christie Golden, the Jedi Council made the decision to target Count Dooku for elimination, a plan Windu readily supported, while others were more hesitant. This was a serious departure from traditional Jedi ethics. The Conan Master, who once taught his Padawan that Jedi must never become enforcers, was now sanctioning the targeted elimination of a political leader. He discussed the possibility of removing the Chancellor himself and controlling the political transition of the Republic. The war had brought him here one compromise at a time, and with every emergency power granted to Palpatine, the Guardian of Rules moved closer to breaking the biggest rule of all. Instead of pulling back from the edge, the war pushed Windu further past it daily. Every new crisis confirmed his worst fears about how concentrated the Chancellor's authority had become. The closer Palpatine drew Anakin Skywalker into his orbit, the more volatile the situation grew for the Order itself. Windu saw the pattern, but his response was to tighten his grip on what he could control rather than build trust with Anakin that might have altered the outcome. This failure of connection became the most consequential mistake of his life. Then, Palpatine's request to place Anakin on the Jedi Council pushed everything to breaking. As seen in Revenge of the Sith, Windu warned his fellow masters that pairing the Chancellor with the powerful but emotionally volatile young knight was dangerous. When the Council reluctantly granted Anakin a seat, it was Windu who delivered the devastating notification that Skywalker would sit on the Council, but would not be granted the rank of Jedi Master. From Windu's perspective, the decision made perfect sense. The rank of Jedi Master required emotional maturity, wisdom earned through decades of service, and a proven ability to set aside personal feelings for the greater good. Anakin had demonstrated none of these qualities. He was formidable, arguably the most gifted Jedi alive, but power without control was exactly what Windu feared most. The Council would not grant promotions because the Chancellor wished it, and Windu would not compromise on that principle. From Windu's perspective, Anakin had not yet demonstrated the emotional maturity required. From Anakin's perspective, it was the culmination of years of distrust and dismissal from a man who had doubted him since he was a child. The Council then asked Anakin to spy on Palpatine, a decision that Windu supported but that Kenobi opposed. The tension between Windu and Skywalker had been building for over a decade, and every new demand from the Council only deepened the fracture between them. The Stover novelization reveals that Windu even began discussing the possibility of taking direct control of the Republic's political transition if the Chancellor cannot be removed through legal means. The man who had built his identity around guarding tradition and institutional order was now seriously considering a political overthrow of the Republic's elected leader. Step by step, compromise by compromise, the war had brought him to a place where the Guardian of Rules was ready to break the biggest rule of all. And then, Anakin Skywalker walked into Windu's office and told him the truth about Palpatine. The Chancellor was the Sith Lord, Darth Sidious. After Obi-Wan eliminated General Grievous on Utapau, Windu had no reason to wait. He told Anakin to stay in the council chambers and not to interfere. Then, he gathered 3 fellow Jedi Masters, Kit Fisto, Agen Kolar, and Saesee Tiin. The 4 of them marched to the Chancellor's office to arrest him. But Windu told Anakin to remain behind, and that single decision, the choice to leave the most emotionally unstable knight in the Order, sitting alone with his fears, while the confrontation of a lifetime unfolded without him, set in motion the chain of events that would destroy the Jedi, the Republic, and Mace Windu himself, because Anakin did not stay in the council chambers, and what followed shattered the galaxy. Chapter 8: The Final Stand. Yet this was what Windu had feared and prepared for across his career. The confrontation began with a declaration of arrest, to which Palpatine responded with legal arguments and accusations of persecution. When Windu insisted, Sidious attacked with terrifying speed, producing a crimson lightsaber and cutting down Agen Kolar and Saesee Tiin in mere seconds. Kit Fisto lasted only moments longer before falling. Only Windu remained standing against the full power of the Dark Lord of the Sith. The duel between Windu and Sidious was everything the Canon Master had built toward. Sinking into Vapad as he had never done before, he fought the Dark Lord of the Sith blade to blade. In the Legends novelization by Matthew Stover, his fighting state was described as unprecedented. The realization that the Republic he had devoted his life to serving had already fallen under Sith control poured fury into the Force, and through Vapad, Windu channeled it all back against the Sith Lord with devastating precision. The superconducting loop that Vapad created between them reached its peak. Sidious's own dark side power flowed into Windu's form and was amplified by the Canon Master's lifelong familiarity with darkness, and returned against the Sith Lord with compounding force. Every attack Sidious made only strengthened his opponent. The Dark Lord of the Sith, who had orchestrated the fall of an entire republic from the shadows, found himself losing ground to a single Jedi who had spent decades preparing for exactly this confrontation. And George Lucas himself confirmed that Windu genuinely won the lightsaber duel against the Sith. The Jedi Master drove Sidious back through the office, out onto the wind-blown ledge of the shattered window. A swift kick sent Sidious staggering, his lightsaber flying into the Coruscant skyline. Windu held his blade to the Sith Lord's throat. In the novelization, Windu realized through his Shatterpoint ability that Sidious's weakness was Anakin Skywalker himself. Critically, he did not check on Anakin's Shatterpoint. Palpatine hurled Force lightning at Windu while simultaneously begging for mercy, performing the role of a helpless old man being attacked by an out-of-control Jedi. Windu deflected the lightning back with his lightsaber, the redirected current deforming Sidious's face into his now infamous twisted visage. The lightning stopped, and the Sith Lord lay on the floor, seemingly broken and spent. And Windu made his decision. Windu declared Palpatine too dangerous to be left alive and raised his blade. But the man who learned Jedi must never become an enforcer now raised his own blade. The war had brought him to the exact place his master had once warned him about on Mathas. He had come full circle, and this time there was no teacher to stop him. Palpatine controlled the Senate and the courts. A trial would be meaningless because the system Windu had always trusted was already compromised beyond repair. And in that moment, as the Canon Master raised his blade, Anakin Skywalker arrived. Driven by his terror of losing Padme, desperate to preserve the only being who had promised him the power to save her, Anakin severed Windu's lightsaber hand in a single stroke. As Stover writes, Windu realized too late that he had forgotten to look for Anakin's own Shatterpoint, the young man's willingness to betray anyone and destroy all of it to save his wife. The one factor Windu could not control was another person's choice, and it was the one factor that decided the outcome. The ability that had defined him since childhood, the gift that had let him see where things would break, had failed him at the critical hour because he never turned it on the one person standing behind him. He had spent a lifetime building walls against his own darkness, and those walls had blinded him to the darkness growing in someone else. Decades of distrust had made it impossible for Windu to see Anakin as anything other than a risk to be managed. never as a person to be reached. Sidious dropped all pretense, and with a rejuvenated surge of lightning, he ended it. He blasted the disarmed and wounded Jedi Master through the shattered window. Mace Windu fell from the towering heights of the Senate office building and vanished into the Coruscant night, bringing an end to the life of one of the most formidable Jedi who had ever lived. His fall and Anakin's role in it directly triggered the events that destroyed the Jedi Order. As Palpatine branded the Jedi as traitors, issued Order 66, and transformed the Republic into the Galactic Empire. In the hours that followed, the clone troopers who had served alongside the Jedi for 3 years turned their weapons on their generals. Across the galaxy, Jedi Masters and Padawans fell to the soldiers they had trusted with their lives. The temple on Coruscant was stormed, and the order that had stood for 1,000 generations was destroyed in a single night. And all of it traced back to that office, that window, and the moment Mace Windu raised his blade and Anakin Skywalker made his choice. General Chamsindola remembered the Jedi Master with great respect and told his daughter Hera the tale of how Windu helped liberate their world. The name Hammer of Ryloth endured through the darkness that followed. Mace Windu had stood at the edge of saving the Republic, the blade at the throat of the most powerful Sith Lord in 1,000 years. He did not fail because he lacked skill, power, or conviction. He failed because he never looked behind him.
At number 1, Qui-Gon Jinn. Qui-Gon was the Jedi the Sith killed too late. He died on Naboo before the Clone Wars began, killed by Sidious's apprentice Darth Maul in the battle that revealed the Sith were back. By every measure of immediate threat, he was no longer a problem after that duel at Theed. The Sith Master most threatened by his existence was Darth Plagueis, and Plagueis had spent his life trying to dominate the Force the way a scientist dominates a specimen. Qui-Gon had spent his life doing the opposite, trusting the Force to lead him rather than trying to command it. He found what Plagueis was searching for without ever knowing he had won the race. Becoming one with the Force after physical death, the technique that Yoda and Obi-Wan would later learn, was Qui-Gon's discovery. He found the boy whose son would finish the Sith. He passed his teachings to 2 students who later trained that son. The Sith never feared Qui-Gon's lightsaber. They feared what he had figured out, and they could not undo what he had passed on. Years before Naboo, on a world called Gala, Qui-Gon Jinn stepped off a transport with his young apprentice Obi-Wan Kenobi and found a cloud car waiting to carry them into the city. He thanked the driver, refused the ride, and chose to walk. That small choice says a great deal about the Jedi he was becoming. Qui-Gon did not want to enter a mission at a distance. He wanted to feel a place for himself and read it through the living Force before anyone else could shape its meaning for him. And long before Naboo made him impossible to ignore, there were already signs that he moved through the galaxy differently from almost any other Jedi of his generation. On the other side of that galaxy, a Sith Master named Darth Plagueis was doing the opposite, studying the Force the way a scientist studies a specimen, pressing into its deepest mechanisms, trying to command what Qui-Gon had simply learned to hear. In the story his apprentice would one day tell at the opera, Plagueis treated the Force as something to be studied, pressured, and finally commanded. The sources never put him in a room with Qui-Gon. They do not need to. In a galaxy where one man was quietly teaching himself to command the Force, the Jedi who posed the subtlest threat was always going to be the one who stepped off a transport and walked because he trusted the current more than the cloud car. The mission itself was supposed to be simple. The Jedi Council had sent Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan to Gala, where a dying queen had agreed to hold the world's first free elections. Their role was to observe, monitor the situation, and keep the peace. But the novel Jedi Apprentice: The Mark of the Crown makes clear that Qui-Gon was already moving through the mission in a very different way from the moment he arrived. For him, a mission began the moment a Jedi's feet touched the soil of a new planet. Sight, smell, sound, and touch, every sense was a way to connect more closely with the Force. The book explains that some masters could sense the whole shape of a mission from just a few steps on unfamiliar ground. It was the posture of a Jedi who expected the place to speak first. Because of that choice, trouble found them almost immediately. Within minutes, they were caught in the middle of a political street fight with 2 rivals clashing and campaign signs being used as clubs. Qui-Gon did not draw his lightsaber.
and he did not pause to ask for instructions. He took in the scene at a glance, brought down 2 attackers with a single Jedi escape move, found Obi-Wan at the edge of the chaos, and guided them both safely out. Before the supporters of either candidate even realized what had happened, the 2 Jedi were gone. When they finally reached the Queen, Qui-Gon noticed something else. Queen Vita was middle-aged, but her connection to what the Jedi call the living force was almost gone. He felt it the moment he met her. When she looked back at him, she quietly said he was right. She was dying. Obi-Wan was shocked because he had not sensed it at all. The novel states this plainly. The boy did not yet share his master's perception. From there, the mission changed completely. The dying queen confessed that her son Beju was not the rightful heir. She had a daughter instead, hidden away in the mountains and raised among an exiled people known as the Hill Folk. Her name was Elan, and the queen wanted her found. But there was a problem. The Council of Ministers did not trust the Jedi, and in front of everyone, they had made Qui-Gon agree in writing that he would not leave the city. 2 days later, he left the planet anyway. He told Obi-Wan to cover for him. Each morning before dawn, the boy slipped into Qui-Gon's quarters, messed up the bed sheets, and pressed his head into the pillow so it would look as though someone had slept there. When Obi-Wan later asked why he had agreed to those terms in the first place, Qui-Gon answered calmly that it was better to let them believe they could control the Jedi. That answer was the line that would define him for everyone who studied the Jedi from a distance. Obi-Wan was still a learner who trusted rules first, and the difference between them sat in that single exchange. Qui-Gon was not rebellious and not proud. He had simply already decided what needed to be done, and he saw no reason to pretend otherwise. The novel shows this clearly when the Council of Ministers assigned a young spy to watch the Jedi at all times. Qui-Gon thanked them with perfect politeness, then placed the boy directly between himself and Obi-Wan, making the whole setup look foolish without having to say a single word. The Queen saw it at once, and the minister did too. This was the man who, years later, would find a slave boy on Tatooine. The man who would face the Jedi Council and name this child as the prophesied chosen one. The man whose judgment the Council would accept, question, and never fully replace. And the Sith, both of them, were watching closely. The order he served did not move the way he did. The Jedi High Council interpreted the will of the Force through 12 masters, each bringing judgment to a shared decision, while Qui-Gon read what was in front of him and acted on it in real time. The Force moved through the Council the way decisions move through any large body, by procedure. For 1,000 years without a Sith adversary, that was a strength, a way of staying deliberate, shared, and hard to rush. But the procedure is also slower, easier to divide, and easier to steer with selective information. Qui-Gon trusted the current beneath the process and met each mission as it revealed itself, even when what surfaced carried him past the limits of his orders. That left him able to perform the outward shape of a Jedi assignment while quietly following a very different path underneath it. Years later, the Revenge of the Sith novel captured that pattern in a simple way. Qui-Gon had little patience for rules when they stood in the way of what truly mattered. That same streak would appear again in Anakin Skywalker in a far more dangerous form, while Obi-Wan over time would slowly grow into a looser and more human version of the Jedi Qui-Gon had always hoped was waiting inside him. That was exactly where the trap was weakest. The Sith plan had been designed against an institutional Jedi, one who stayed inside the limits of the missions he was given, reported everything up the chain, and accepted the Council's reading of events as the final one. It assumed a Jedi who would honor a formal agreement even when instinct told him otherwise, and a Council whose votes, procedures, and hesitations could be studied from a distance and planned around. Qui-Gon was the kind of Jedi the trap was never built to catch. He moved the moment the Force spoke and stopped consulting the institution around him. And no amount of patient observation from the outside could predict what a man like that would do next. Yoda himself would later admit, in the hours after the Order fell, that the Jedi had become too rigid to change. Speaking softly to the Force, the Ancient Master confessed that he had been too arrogant to let the Order grow. He had trained the Jedi to hold to a way of life that the galaxy had already moved past, and by the time he understood that, it was already over. That confession was made in conversation with one specific voice, the voice of Qui-Gon Jinn, the man who had found Anakin Skywalker in the first place on a desert world the Jedi never planned to visit, in a junk shop in Mos Espa, where the owner's slave was a small, quick-talking child born without a father. The Revenge of the Sith novelization offers the clearest insight into why that meeting mattered so much. Looking back, Mace Windu remembers that he supported Anakin's training because his own gift in the Force allowed him to confirm what Qui-Gon Jinn had already sensed, that the boy from Tatooine was the chosen one spoken of in prophecy, born to bring balance to the Force. Mace did not arrive at that understanding first. He was confirming something Qui-Gon had already recognized, and that was the part no later Jedi could really undo. Yoda and Mace were left to carry a meaning they had not chosen and could not fully test, because the one voice that could have answered their questions about it was already gone. Long after, Obi-Wan would tell Padme that his master had believed Anakin's training was the will of the Force. He also admitted that the Jedi accepted that view, partly because the prophecy came from their own tradition, and like any order, they tended to read events through themselves. The idea that Anakin had been placed in their path by something greater than the Order began with him. From that point on, later choices followed the path Qui-Gon had opened. Mace Windu supported Obi-Wan's rise to master, and he supported placing Anakin's future in the hands of someone young and untested. The novel says he did this because he sensed powerful lines of destiny linking Obi-Wan, Anakin, and Palpatine together, for good or for ill. But none of that would have happened if Qui-Gon had not gone before the Council and named what he believed Anakin was. The Council resisted him, questioned him, and refused him, but Qui-Gon reacted the way he always did when he felt the Force had made something clear. He made it known that he would train the boy anyway. He would take Anakin as his own apprentice, teach him himself, and meet him as a person rather than a problem to manage. He never got the chance. What happened on Naboo has been shown so many times that it is easy to stop seeing what it meant. A Sith Lord, the first the galaxy had seen in more than 1,000 years, stepped out of hiding and fought 2 Jedi inside the power generator complex in Theed. He killed Qui-Gon and was destroyed soon after, but the fight was never just about who happened to be standing in that corridor. Qui-Gon Jinn was struck down in the same week he had identified the Chosen One, presented him to the Jedi Council, and committed himself to becoming the boy's first true teacher. What followed was not a smooth handoff, it was a chain of uncertain choices the Jedi had never really made before. Obi-Wan Kenobi, who had only just been a Padawan, was raised to knighthood almost at once. He took Anakin Skywalker as his apprentice, partly to keep the promise he had made to Qui-Gon, and partly because no one else truly stepped forward. The Council allowed it, but their doubts never went away. Years later, Obi-Wan reflects on what it meant to become a master. In the Stover novel, he realizes that a Jedi's real education begins only when he trains a student, because so much of being a master is learned from the person beside you. By that measure, Obi-Wan spent 13 years learning from Anakin. He saw in him the same boldness and the same easy disregard for rules that Qui-Gon had carried before him. Through Anakin, Obi-Wan slowly let go of some of the rigid correctness his own master had once tried to soften, and in time, he became the kind of Jedi Qui-Gon believed he could be, but that inheritance came secondhand. In the Revenge of the Sith novelization, the truth comes through a simple conversation. Anakin tells Obi-Wan that Palpatine had been kind to him ever since he first arrived on Coruscant, that he had looked after him and become like family. He sets that against Obi-Wan, whose whole life had belonged to the Jedi. The week the Jedi were burying Qui-Gon, Palpatine had already begun to take the place Qui-Gon had been about to hold in Anakin's life. At one point, his familiar fatherly smile even reached his eyes, though the novel makes clear that this too was part of the role he was playing. By its own rules, the Jedi Order could not fill that place for Anakin. The Order forbade attachment, and because it taught that all things pass, its answer to loss was always the same: detach, let go, release. But that answer did not work for Anakin. The novel describes the fear growing inside him like a dragon, a cold voice in his heart reminding him that all things die, that even stars burn out. That fear remained because the Jedi gave him no other way to carry it. Qui-Gon had approached people differently. He met people through the Force as they stood in front of him, attending to what was already there rather than forcing it into a rule. And those first weeks with Anakin would have begun in that same way, with attention instead of instruction. Palpatine understood that. He won Anakin over by being present, by listening where the Council lectured, and praising where the Council assessed. and by giving words to what Anakin already feared was true, that the Council kept him at a distance because they feared his power, that they would never truly accept him, and that they wanted to use him without ever fully recognizing him. Palpatine did not seduce Anakin with the dark side, he seduced him with the experience of being known. The Jedi Apprentice novels show what that kind of connection looked like when Qui-Gon actually lived it. When he met Elan, the leader of the Hill People, in a snowstorm high in the mountains, he sensed her through the Force and treated her as someone whose inner life could be felt, not just studied from the outside. With Anakin, that same kind of bond would have shaped the whole training. Palpatine could only imitate it. Then the years passed, the Clone Wars began, and Anakin became the hero with no fear, even as something colder kept growing inside him. By the time Palpatine took him to the opera, he had already been dreaming of Padme's death for weeks, the same vision, repeating, of her dying in childbirth and him unable to stop it. He had watched his mother die in his arms once and had not been able to save her. The fear of losing someone again was the wound he had never found a way to close, and the Jedi had never given him one. Palpatine had been pressing that wound for 13 years. In the opera box, he pressed it one final time, not with a threat, but with a story. He tells it like an old legend about a Sith master who studied life so deeply that he learned how to influence it, even how to keep others from dying. But the story turns at the end. Plagueis passed that knowledge to his apprentice, and that apprentice killed him in his sleep. That is the point Palpatine wants Anakin to hear. Plagueis may have learned how to save others, but he cannot save himself. He never saw his own end coming. Plagueis built a system of complete control. He was destroyed by the one variable his system did not contain. By Palpatine's account at the opera, he studied midichlorians, pressed into the creation of life, and worked to prevent death itself. The project rested on a single assumption, that the Force could be taken apart, studied, and directed by a patient enough hand. Qui-Gon worked from the opposite assumption entirely. He never reached for the Force, he waited for it. And that was the thing no amount of Sith patience could plan against. On a mission about a blockade, on an unplanned stop, he walked into a junk shop and found the Chosen One. The single figure 1,000 years of Sith preparation had been built against. The Chosen One idea is rewritten in front of Anakin's eyes, and no one alive can undo it. The first man to name what Anakin was is 13 years dead. The second is sitting across from him in the opera box. Yoda had earlier admitted to Obi-Wan that the prophecy might have been misread. Padme, dying at the end of the novel, can only say that she believes there is still good in Anakin, a hope, not a frame. No one in the Jedi Order after Naboo is ever able to explain Anakin Skywalker's destiny in a way he can truly accept, and that absence leaves a space in his life that does not stay empty for long, because Palpatine quietly steps in to fill it. When Mace Windu in the final hour tries to call Anakin back by reminding him who he is, the words no longer reach him. By then, Palpatine has already filled that idea with a different meaning inside Anakin's heart, and the earlier claim no longer holds. The Jedi Order falls in a single night, and the Republic falls with it. Obi-Wan Kenobi survives only because his clones are too far away to carry out Order 66 at once, while Yoda survives on Kashyyyk because he feels the betrayal in the Force a moment before the attack begins. In the aftermath, the two of them finally reunite aboard Senator Bail Organa's ship from Alderaan. In the novel, Obi-Wan sits at a small table and trembles. He cannot bear to look at the blank walls because they give his mind too much room to wander. So he fixes his eyes on small things instead. A scab on his knuckle, the grain of the wood, anything that can hold him in place. Around him is the weight of everything he has lost. The Jedi Masters he admired, the friends who were gone, the promise he made to Qui-Gon, and Anakin himself. The promise he made on Naboo to take the boy on and finish what Qui-Gon had begun is the deepest wound of all. Not because he failed Anakin, he taught him for 13 years. Technique, patience, the long fidelity of a master, all of that he gave. His death removed the one teacher who might have met Anakin with open attention instead of institutional caution, and the absence shaped every choice the Order made afterward. The boy from Tatooine needed exactly that kind of first teacher, and he never had one. Obi-Wan, still learning what it meant to be a master himself, could pass on what Qui-Gon had taught him, He could not pass on what Qui-Gon would have been. On Mustafar, the last thread of the promise made over Qui-Gon's pyre breaks in the lava light, and what Obi-Wan carries away from that riverbank is not victory. Then, Padme draws her last breath after giving birth. Her final words, the quiet insistence that there is still good in Anakin, somewhere beyond what he has become. She's the only one left who still says it out loud. Yoda goes into exile, Bail Organa takes the girl, Obi-Wan takes the boy. The galaxy slips into darkness, and the Jedi scatter into silence. And in a quiet moment the films never show, Yoda has one final conversation. The novel places him alone in a small cabin, 900 years old, surrounded by the ruins of the Order and the weight of what has happened. He admits that the failure was his. Then the Force answers him in the voice of Qui-Gon Jinn. Qui-Gon returns without condemnation. He offers Yoda a path the Sith had been chasing for generations, a way to become one with the Force and still remain conscious. It is the same end Plagueis had tried to reach, through control, but Qui-Gon reaches it in a completely different way. He offers it as something the Force gives to those who learn how to receive it. Yoda bows to him, the bow of a student, in the presence of a master. By then, Yoda begins learning from Qui-Gon, but the lesson lasts only a moment. Bail Organa opens the cabin door and tells him that Padme is dying, and Obi-Wan is waiting at the medical bay. Yoda leaves, and the dark times begin. In that moment, the last living link between the Old Order and the path Qui-Gon had opened is reduced to memory, exile, and 2 surviving students. Without councils to consult or archives to reference, what remained was closer to the way Qui-Gon had always worked, passing from one student to the next through scattered lives, in silence. First, Yoda, who would carry that knowledge into exile. In the years that followed, at the edge of the Junlin Wastes, an old man watched a boy run across the dunes at dusk and remembered the first time he had heard his own master speak about the will of the Force. Qui-Gon had once taught him that duty was not always the same thing as what was right, and that a Jedi should hold to right action and let duty take care of itself. Out there in the desert, with no order left to guide him, Obi-Wan finally had the space to live inside that lesson. The robes were gone, the rank a hazard to speak out loud, and what remained was a single man holding the watch his master had asked for.
From his birth on Coruscant to his final breath on Naboo, Qui-Gon Jinn lived as a Jedi who saw what his entire order had forgotten. While the Jedi Council debated prophecies and worried about the future, this maverick master listened to the present moment, trusting his instincts over ancient texts and valuing compassion over caution. His beliefs would reshape the galaxy's destiny long after his death, and his wisdom would echo through generations of those who followed. Qui-Gon Jinn was born on the galactic capital of Coruscant around 80 BBY, and from his earliest days, the Jedi Temple recognized something different about him. In canon, particularly the novel Master and Apprentice, as a young boy, he was taken to the temple for training and assigned to the Heliost clan, where he learned the basics of lightsaber combat from the patient Jedi Master Tera Sanubi. The child who would become one of the Order's most unconventional masters spent his last night in the youngling's quarters laughing with his friends and imagining all the adventures he would have as a Padawan. He practiced with his lightsaber until Master Yaddle ordered him to bed, and at 12 years old, everything changed forever when he was assigned as Padawan to Jedi Master Dooku, one of the most skilled and respected members of the Order. Yet instead of recoiling from Dooku's stern demeanor, the young Padawan impressed his new master with remarkable self-awareness. When Dooku sensed his fear through the Force and pressed him to reveal its source, Qui-Gon confessed that he was not afraid of Dooku himself, but rather afraid of failing, of not becoming a Jedi, and of not being worthy of the path he had chosen. Dooku smiled at his honesty, calling it wiser than most knights ever achieved. This moment of openness marked the beginning of a relationship that would shape both their destinies in ways neither could have predicted. His training under Dooku would forge him into a Jedi unlike any other. But what set Qui-Gon apart from every other Jedi was a philosophy he developed over years of experience, one that the Council would call Maverick, and that history would prove to be the key to immortality itself. This and all following information are drawn from official Star Wars Legends and Canon sources. We highly recommend exploring these stories. Love found Qui-Gon on the planet Felucia, testing everything he believed about the Jedi Code. As revealed in the novel Master and Apprentice, long before he became a master, the young Jedi went through trials on this Outer Rim world, where he fell in love with someone whose identity canon sources have not revealed. The relationship was romantic and physical, directly challenging the Jedi Code. In the end, Qui-Gon stayed loyal to the Jedi Order, though he kept a Mustafar fire diamond given to him on Felucia as a reminder of what he had lost. Unlike many Jedi who treated love as a path to darkness, Qui-Gon came to believe that attachment, when guided by compassion rather than possession, could coexist with the light side of the Force. Legends material expands this story through the character of Tal, a fellow Jedi Master who was blind but perceived the world through the Force with remarkable clarity. Their relationship was deep and meaningful, developed over years of friendship and shared missions across the galaxy, and her eventual death tested Qui-Gon severely, with his grief nearly leading him toward darkness and the desire for revenge. His restraint proves something important, as choice, not pain, defines a Jedi. He did not let his loss turn him toward vengeance, but instead channeled his understanding of love and attachment into wisdom that would serve him well when he encountered a young slave boy on a desert planet who would one day reshape galactic history. Yet even as he gained this wisdom, the shadow of his former master loomed over everything Qui-Gon had become. When Dooku once choked a corrupt senator with the Force, Qui-Gon never forgot it. The relationship between Qui-Gon and Dooku was complicated from the beginning, built on discipline without warmth. According to the audio drama Dooku Jedi Lost, Qui-Gon survived that demanding training, but he learned its cost over time, and these lessons shaped how he would later train his own apprentice with more patience and understanding than he himself had received from Dooku. During one early mission, the young Padawan and his master were sent to rescue the son of Republic Senator Dagonet, who had been kidnapped by residents of the senator's own homeworld. Their investigation revealed a disturbing truth about how Senator Dagonet was allowing his people to starve for his own personal greed and corruption, and the kidnappers had taken his son to protest these cruel policies rather than for any ransom. When Dagonet arrived with his forces to retrieve his son, a firefight erupted between the senator's guards and the Jedi-backed kidnappers, who had only wanted their suffering to be heard. During a pause in this fighting, Dagonet threatened to burn down the entire village and many others as an example to anyone who might defy him in the future. And an enraged Dooku began force-choking the corrupt senator with clear intent to end his life, showing a side of himself that Qui-Gon had never seen before. But Qui-Gon calmed the situation with a single act that proved his wisdom surpassed his master's. He quickly released Dagonet's son, managing to defuse the entire confrontation without any further violence. In the aftermath, Dooku commended his apprentice's actions and praised him as a wiser man than himself, though the image of his master using the Force to harm rather than protect stayed with Qui-Gon for years afterward. This was not the first time Dooku's methods had troubled him deeply. On an earlier mission, Master and Apprentice had joined a strike team to track the notorious Feline bounty hunter Shenda Mal across the galaxy. When they eventually found her at her hideout on Numidian Prime, Maul captured Qui-Gon, and before she could harm him, Dooku struck her down with Force Lightning, a dark side technique that saved the young Padawan's life, but caused him considerable concern about his master's true nature. At some point, Dooku and Qui-Gon attended the annual Coruscant Dragonfire Air Rally at the invitation of Council member Jor Aerith, where the young Padawan was shocked to meet Dooku's brother Ramil. When Ramil's airspeeder was sabotaged and crashed during the event, Master and Apprentice investigated and discovered that the official investigator was trying to cover up the incident while working for a Genet crime boss named Senevax. Most troubling of all, they learned that Senevax had a spy on the Jedi Council itself. And after escorting Senevax to the Council chamber, they discovered that Jedi Master Braylon was the spy, having been blackmailed because her secret son, Arath Terex, had been selling her influence to criminals for years. Then, Dooku left the Order in 42 BBY, and no one understood why. Despite the troubling incidents with his former master, Qui-Gon had stayed loyal to Dooku and spoke highly of him to others when possible, maintaining contact even after taking on Kenobi as his own Padawan. Then came the shock that rocked the Jedi's world following an incident on Dooku's homeworld of Sereno involving his family and their legacy, leaving Qui-Gon feeling lost and confused as he struggled to understand his former master's unexpected choice. Qui-Gon trusted in the Jedi teachings and himself, which allowed him to recover and replace his shaken feelings with resolve, though the wound of Dooku's departure never fully healed. What he did not know was that Dooku had secretly become an apprentice to the Sith Lord Darth Sidious, and the man who had once praised Qui-Gon's wisdom was walking a path of darkness that would eventually lead to galactic conflict and destruction on a scale not seen in 1,000 years. Years later, after Qui-Gon's death, Dooku would hold Obi-Wan Kenobi prisoner on Geonosis and claim that Qui-Gon would have joined his cause, arguing that Qui-Gon had been dissatisfied with the Council and would have seen the Republic's corruption as Dooku had. Kenobi firmly rejected this idea, declaring that his master would never join him under any circumstances, no matter what flaws he saw in the system. Both men saw flaws in the Jedi system and disagreed with the Council on many matters, but their responses could not have been more different, as Dooku broke away in anger and embraced the dark side, while Qui-Gon stayed and tried to heal the Order from within. With Dooku gone, Qui-Gon channeled everything he had learned into training his own apprentice, determined to pass on a different legacy. That philosophy would take decades to fully form, built through experiences that tested everything the young Padawan learned from Dooku. While most Jedi focused on the cosmic force and its grand design for the universe, Qui-Gon trusted something different entirely, believing in the living force, the energy that flowed through all life in the present moment. He did not try to command the Force or use it as a tool for his own purposes, but instead listened to it carefully and let it guide his actions naturally, trusting that the Force would reveal the path when he was ready to see it. This belief shaped everything about him. Where other Jedi trusted rules and prophecy charts, the Maverick Master trusted moments, instincts, and living beings instead. He did not turn toward the light because he expected to win some cosmic game, but simply because it was the light. His philosophy would eventually unlock a secret the Jedi had long forgotten. However, the Jedi Council called him a maverick and watched his defiance with growing concern. They viewed him as someone who would disobey the Jedi Code if he felt it was the right decision. On one occasion, Obi-Wan Kenobi watched in silence as his master told the Council directly that he disagreed with them, standing firm despite their clear disapproval. The older Jedi did not reject the code itself, but rather rejected using it as an excuse to avoid hard choices. Where the Council valued stability and caution, Qui-Gon valued truth and responsibility to the living beings around him. Despite his disagreements with the Council, Qui-Gon remained a respected and powerful Jedi, regarded by his fellows as a great master. He utilized telekinesis and mind tricks on more than one occasion, using them to further his goals during missions. A testament to his power in the Force was when, during a mission on planet WG-4587, he managed to lift an entire CR-70 Corvette through telekinesis, demonstrating abilities far beyond those of most Jedi. His Padawan, Obi-Wan Kenobi, whom he had taken on in 44 BBY, was an eager apprentice who was more than willing to obey the orders of the Jedi Council than his master often was. Kenobi believed that his teacher could have been a member of the Jedi High Council if he simply followed the rules more closely and showed more respect for tradition. Though what Kenobi knew, as few others did, was that his master had actually been offered a seat on the council and rejected it outright. Instead of lectures, Qui-Gon taught through experience and let the Force be the true teacher. On one occasion, Qui-Gon took Kenobi to a plain and overlooked its native creatures, showing the young Padawan how the Force existed in all life that surrounded them, from the smallest insect to the largest beast. During another training session, the two sparred together, with the older Jedi complimenting Kenobi's growing skill with a lightsaber while also pushing him to improve. Qui-Gon taught his Padawan as best he could, although Kenobi did not always agree with his teaching methods or understand his reasonings, which sometimes led to tension between them. Despite the younger Jedi's clear skill with a lightsaber, his master held him to practicing only basic techniques, which hurt Kenobi's confidence and strained their relationship significantly. What Kenobi did not understand was that Qui-Gon did this purposely, wanting to give his apprentice time to develop his own distinct style out of complete mastery of the fundamentals, rather than rushing ahead before he was ready. At some point, Kenobi came up with an idea for a new weapon, consisting of two short-bladed sabers attached to a thin chain. And after hearing this idea, his master taught him an important lesson about how lightsabers were about how the Jedi wished to be seen by the galaxy, not displays of power or intimidation, but symbols of peace and justice. Then, Trandoshan hunters attacked the village without warning, seeking Wookiee captives. Around 41 BBY, Qui-Gon had taken Kenobi to Kashyyyk to visit his old friend Brennan, a Wookiee who had saved his life twice during previous adventures, during the celebration of Life Day. The lesson about patience was interrupted when the hunters launched nets from the trees to kidnap Wookiees for the slave trade. Master and apprentice fought against the attackers and defeated many of them in fierce combat, though Qui-Gon himself was eventually captured when he demanded the hunters surrender rather than continuing to fight. As he was taken away, the Jedi Master told Kenobi it was up to him to rescue the Wookiees. Kenobi later arrived at the Trandoshan camp, pretending to surrender before freeing his master with the Force, and together with arriving Wookiee reinforcements, they defeated the slavers and freed all the prisoners. But Mandalore became a year-long nightmare that tested both master and apprentice to their limits. Over the span of a year, the civil conflict raged on the planet, pitting martial traditionalists against reformists. The leader of the new Mandalorian movement, Duchess Satine Kryze, became a target for the traditionalists, who hired bounty hunters to end her life and silence her calls for peace and an end to Mandalore's warrior traditions. Qui-Gon and Kenobi were sent on an extended mission to protect her from these threats, spending an entire year on Mandalore, constantly on the run from those who wished her harm and never knowing where they would sleep or when the next attack would come. During this mission, Kenobi developed romantic feelings for the Duchess, and Qui-Gon became aware of the unlikely romance between his apprentice and the noblewoman they were sworn to protect. The Jedi Master did not condemn it or report it to the Council, because his own experiences with love had taught him that attachment was not inherently dangerous, and that fear of loss, not love itself, led to the dark side. Eventually, the conflict ended with the new Mandalorians coming to power and Kryze becoming Mandalore's ruler, bringing peace to the war-torn world at last. Later, another mission would test Qui-Gon's beliefs about violence and peace when he traveled to the planet Bryn. As depicted in the Age of Republic Qui-Gon Jinn comic, Qui-Gon and Kenobi were sent to establish negotiations between the priestess Thair of Wood and the Metal Clan, who opposed her. While Kenobi stayed in their shuttle, Qui-Gon met with the priestess's rivals, only for the Metal Clan to attempt to kill both him and Thair as justification for cutting down the world's sacred trees. Deflecting blaster bolts with his lightsaber, he used the Force to leap aboard their shuttle and escape with the priestess. However, Thair was disgusted by Coruscant when they arrived, viewing it as a city of metal, and she demanded that Qui-Gon return and cut down every member of the Metal Clan. When he explained that violence was not the Jedi way, she called him a coward who did not live up to the legends of the Jedi as great warriors. The accusation disturbed him deeply, though not for the reason she intended. Being called a coward did not bother him, but being called a great warrior did. He returned to the Jedi Temple, troubled, leading Grand Master Yoda to confront him about the internal turmoil he sensed. Their discussion led Qui-Gon to seek answers on a world full of life where he could commune deeply with the Force. The Force guided him to a charted but unnamed world where darkness was spreading across the land. Trusting the Force to show him answers, the Jedi Master found a dark temple and sat upon its throne, entering a terrifying Force vision. In the vision, his skin and robes were covered in dark marks, and he was surrounded by red humanoid beings that grew from shadowy tendrils. When they attacked, he ignited his lightsaber and cut them down, only to watch the red coloring vanish from their bodies. He had slain Jedi, and the same darkness that had marked them began to consume him as well. By choosing violence, the dark side had gained power over him. When he awoke from the vision in horror, light had entered the monument, and he realized the Force had taught him something essential. Balance could be achieved without conflict, because unchecked violence would make the Jedi become what they sought to destroy. Some of the planet's dark corruption had transformed into flowers, existing in harmony with the light. Returning to Coruscant with a new understanding, he found Thayer in one of the city's parks and offered to help her find off-world allies to oppose the Metal Clan. Using his new lessons, he taught her that she would need to find balance with those potential allies rather than seeking their submission. Then, the Council offered Qui-Gon a seat among them, and everyone expected him to accept. During another mission to Pijal, an unexpected invitation came when Master Poli de Patience stepped down from his position on the Jedi Council. Qui-Gon was shocked to be asked, despite his many disagreements with them over the years, and while he was initially pleased by the honor, he thought of his Padawan, knowing that if he accepted, Kenobi would have to be passed to a new master before completing his training. On Pijal, Qui-Gon reunited with his old friend Rael Averross, who now served Crown Princess Fanry as an advisor to the royal court. A performance troupe called the Opposition was supposedly making violent attacks to protest a treaty that would end Pijal's absolute monarchy. But as the Jedi Master investigated the situation more deeply, he discovered that the Opposition was being framed, and their protests had actually been peaceful all along. Qui-Gon received a vision of the treaty signing turning into a bloody battle, and he learned that the treaty would give heavy influence to the Zerka Corporation, a company known for its exploitation of workers across the galaxy. The truth eventually emerged that Princess Fanry herself had been deceiving everyone by secretly building a military force called the Blackguards and framing the opposition for violence she had orchestrated. With Kenobi's help, along with two jewel thieves named Pax Marifer and Rahara Wick, Qui-Gon succeeded in rescuing the slaves aboard Zerka ships from certain death, and after the mission, he made his final choice and declined the offer to join the Jedi Council. Years later, Qui-Gon had joined Jedi Masters Mace Windu, Plo Koon, and Depa Billaba on a mission to the planet Usulon. Sent by Supreme Chancellor Finis Valorum to stop a warlord named Guataco, who was backed by the Hutt clan and had captured children to serve as soldiers. The planet had around 80,000 kilometers worth of tunnels, making it impossible for the Jedi to find the warlord's base through normal means. They devised a plan where Windu would purposely allow himself to be captured, then send a signal through the Force to lead his fellow Jedi to Guataco's location. Although Qui-Gon and his fellow Jedi were unable to reach Windu in time to help him, the Jedi Master had already defeated the army on his own, and Guataco himself was shot by one of the children he had kidnapped. The mission demonstrated the lengths Qui-Gon would go to protect the innocent and showed his willingness to work alongside the Council when the cause was just. Then, a crisis on Naboo would lead Qui-Gon to the discovery that would define his legacy. But the Trade Federation tried to kill them within minutes of their arrival on the command ship. As seen in Star Wars Episode I: The Phantom Menace, the blockade of Naboo in 32 BBY was secretly controlled by the Sith Lord Darth Sidious, who was manipulating events from the shadows for his own sinister purposes. Chancellor Finis Valorum dispatched Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan Kenobi to resolve the crisis through diplomacy, hoping they could negotiate a peaceful settlement between the Trade Federation and the people of Naboo. From the moment they arrived on the Trade Federation command ship, Qui-Gon sensed something was wrong, noting an unusual amount of fear for something as trivial as a trade dispute. His instincts proved correct, as the Trade Federation's leaders, influenced by Sidious, flooded the room with poison gas. The two Jedi held their breath long enough for the Federation to open the doors, then fought their way through battle droids to escape. They stowed away aboard separate landing craft heading to the planet's surface and made their way to the capital city of Theed. Along the way, Qui-Gon encountered a Gungan named Jar Jar Binks, who was nearly crushed by a Federation troop carrier while fleeing through the forests, and the Jedi saved him, earning a life debt from the grateful Gungan. After traveling through Naboo's planet core with Binks as their guide, they reached Theed and rescued Queen Padme Amidala from Federation custody. Together with her guards and handmaidens, they escaped the planet on the Queen's starship, but damage from the Federation blockade forced them to land on the Outer Rim desert world of Tatooine to repair their damaged hyperdrive, setting the stage for a fateful meeting. Then, a slave boy changed everything Qui-Gon thought he knew about the Force. The Jedi Master ventured into Mos Espa with Amidala, who was disguised as a handmaiden, and their Gungan companion Jar Jar Binks. They found a junk shop owned by a Toydarian named Watto, who had the parts they needed to repair the hyperdrive. But Watto would not accept Republic credits because they were worthless in the Outer Rim territories, and Jedi mind tricks did not work on his species due to his Toydarian physiology. It was there, in that dusty shop at the edge of nowhere, that Qui-Gon first met Anakin Skywalker, a 9-year-old slave who worked for Watto, repairing broken machines and droids with a skill far beyond his years. The boy followed the Jedi and the others through the streets and warned them about an approaching sandstorm, and when it became clear they could not make it back to their ship in time, Anakin offered them shelter in his home. There, Qui-Gon met the boy's mother, Shmi, who was also one of Watto's slaves, and during dinner, Anakin deduced that the visitor was a Jedi after spotting his lightsaber, speaking excitedly about his dreams of becoming a pilot. Anakin had built a pod racer in secret and wanted to compete in the Boonta Eve Classic, and when Qui-Gon mentioned their need for parts, the boy volunteered to race. In watching Anakin work on his pod, Qui-Gon told Shmi that he could sense a Jedi's potential in her son, and when he asked who Anakin's father was, her answer stunned him, as she explained there was no father, and she had conceived Anakin without any biological explanation whatsoever. Then, the blood test revealed something impossible that changed everything Qui-Gon believed. Later that night, Qui-Gon tested the boy's blood and sent a sample to Kenobi on the ship for analysis. The results were beyond anything he had expected or could have imagined, as Anakin's midichlorian count was over 20,000, higher than any known Jedi in galactic history, including Grandmaster Yoda himself, who had trained Jedi for 800 years. Through the supposed virgin birth and the incredible midichlorian count, Qui-Gon came to believe that Anakin was the chosen one of Jedi prophecy, the one destined to bring balance to the Force and destroy the Sith forever. The Jedi Master did not see Anakin as a prophecy first because he saw a frightened child shaped by slavery and loss who desperately needed someone to believe in him. Where others might have only seen raw potential or a dangerous weapon, Qui-Gon saw a boy who needed guidance. He approached Watto with a new wager, where if Anakin won the race, Watto would free the boy and his mother from bondage. The Toydarian refused to free both slaves, but agreed to release one, throwing a small colored cube to decide which one would be freed. Using the Force, Qui-Gon ensured it landed on blue, which meant Anakin's freedom was at stake. The race was dangerous and intense, with Anakin facing sabotage and the ruthless tactics of Sebulba. But against all odds, the boy emerged victorious. But Darth Maul attacked from the desert dunes before they could reach the ship. As they headed toward the ship, the Sith assassin who had tracked them across Tatooine finally struck. The two fought across the sand while Anakin rushed to get help, and the ship arrived just in time for Qui-Gon to escape from the Dark Warrior. The brief duel convinced the Jedi Master of something terrible, as the Sith had returned after 1,000 years of silence, and this warrior was clearly trained in the dark side arts. On Coruscant, Qui-Gon brought Anakin before the Jedi High Council and told the Masters about his encounter with Darth Maul, believing the attacker to be a Sith Lord based on his fighting style and the darkness that surrounded him. The Council was doubtful, believing the Jedi had destroyed the Sith a millennium earlier, but they committed themselves to learning the Dark Warrior's identity. The Maverick Jedi also revealed that he believed Anakin to be the Chosen One and asked that the boy be trained as a Jedi. The Council tested Anakin and agreed that he was mighty with the Force, but they refused to accept him for training, believing he was too old to begin the rigorous training that shaped Jedi from infancy, and that he was dangerously full of fear and anger despite his incredible power. The Council saw risk, where Qui-Gon saw responsibility, and he would not accept their decision, announcing that he would take the boy as his Padawan learner, even if it meant Kenobi had to face his trials early. The Council delayed the discussion, ordering both Jedi to return to Naboo with Queen Amidala to deal with the ongoing crisis and promising to revisit the matter of Anakin's training later. What awaited them there would test everything Qui-Gon believed and decide the fate of the Chosen One forever. Meanwhile, the Gungans agreed to fight alongside their former enemies against the Federation. Upon arrival on Naboo, the Jedi traveled with Amidala to find them hiding in a sacred area of the forests. There, the two people formed an alliance against the Trade Federation, and the Queen's handmaiden Padme revealed herself to be the true Amidala, having masqueraded as a servant while one of her handmaidens portrayed the Queen as a safety precaution. However, Qui-Gon had not been fooled by her disguise from the moment they met, but he had kept her secret to protect her life throughout their journey. The plan was set, with the Gungan army fighting the Federation forces as a diversion away from the capital city of Theed, while Amidala, her forces, and the Jedi infiltrated the city to capture the Trade Federation's leaders. Qui-Gon made it clear that while he would protect the Queen, he could not fight a conflict for her people, as that was a choice they had to make for themselves. Once inside the palace hangar, they were confronted by Darth Maul, who stood waiting with his double-bladed lightsaber igniting with a crimson glow that cast shadows across the hangar floor. The Sith had been hunting them since Tatooine, and now he would finish what he had started in the desert. This duel was never simply about Qui-Gon versus Maul, as many have observed, but about who would raise Anakin Skywalker and shape the galaxy's future for generations to come, making it one of the most significant confrontations in galactic history. Then, Maul separated Master and Apprentice with a single strike, trapping Kenobi behind energy shields. In the film's climactic sequence, they had fought him together through the hangar and into the palace generator complex in a fierce battle. The Sith dominated the duel with his aggressive form, though both Jedi managed to keep pace as Maul led them through the narrow corridors. Eventually, he knocked Kenobi down several levels, then trapped him behind energy shielding that cycled on and off in regular intervals. The Master and Apprentice were cut off from each other with no way to reunite. While trapped behind the shield, Qui-Gon dropped to one knee and meditated. Even with a Sith Lord pacing before him, the Jedi Master centered himself in the Force. The shields lowered, and Qui-Gon rose and engaged Maul again in a deadly dance of light and shadow. The two combatants were evenly matched as they moved through the narrow corridors of the melting pit until Maul struck with the hilt of his weapon, catching the Jedi Master off balance. In that single moment, the Sith seized his opportunity and drove his blade through Qui-Gon's chest. But Kenobi watched his master fall, and grief became rage in his heart. He waited in horror behind the energy shields, and when they finally lowered, he rushed forward with grief-fueled intensity. The Sith disarmed him and kicked his lightsaber into the deep reactor shaft, then knocked him partly down as well. But Kenobi summoned his master's fallen lightsaber through the Force, leaped from the pit with all his strength, and cut Maul in two with a single devastating strike that ended the duel. The Sith Lord tumbled into the depths below, defeated but not destroyed. It was too late to save Qui-Gon, as no amount of Bacta could heal his mortal wound, and Kenobi ran to his dying master and cradled him in his arms, tears streaming down his face as he held the man who had taught him everything he knew. With his last breath, Qui-Gon made his apprentice promise to train Anakin as a Jedi, insisting that the boy was the chosen one who would bring balance to the Force, and Kenobi swore that he would honor his master's dying wish. Then, Qui-Gon Jinn became one with the Force forever, leaving behind a legacy that would outlast the Order itself. The galaxy lost more than a warrior that day, as it lost its interpreter of the Force and its last advocate for balance through understanding rather than rigid adherence to rules. What followed for Anakin would be rigid training, emotional distance, and fear of attachment, as he would be raised by the Order's rules rather than Qui-Gon's wisdom. Qui-Gon was given a funeral on Naboo, where his body was cremated on a pyre as the flames reached toward the night sky, and many delegates attended the ceremony to honor his sacrifice. But Qui-Gon Jinn's story did not end with his final breath, for he had learned secrets that would allow him to guide the living from beyond the grave. However, death could not silence Qui-Gon Jinn, for he had learned a secret the Jedi had forgotten. Before his death, the Maverick Master had begun training with ethereal beings known as the Force Priestesses, who taught him the ancient secret of preserving consciousness after death that had been lost to the Jedi for thousands of years. He traveled to a planet strong with the Force, a world that legends said was the birthplace of life and the origin of midichlorians. He learned that when a living thing died, its life passed through the living Force and into the cosmic Force to become one with the Force. As the living Force and cosmic Force existed in tandem, it became possible for one to retain consciousness and physically manifest themselves after death. He also learned from a shaman of the wills that achieving eternal consciousness required absolute selflessness. His training was incomplete when Maul struck him down, which meant that he could not physically appear as a spirit to the living, but only could speak as a disembodied voice in the Force. The first sign of Qui-Gon's continued existence came approximately 10 years after his death, when Anakin, consumed by grief over his mother's death, struck down a Tusken camp in rage. Through the Force, Qui-Gon called out to him, but Anakin refused to heed the warning, telling himself he was only imagining the voice. Shortly after, Anakin visited Qui-Gon's shrine on Naboo before his secret wedding to Padme Amidala. While at the shrine, Anakin attempted to reach out through the Force to connect with Qui-Gon. The attempt seemingly yielded nothing in his senses, which he interpreted as Qui-Gon's way of telling him that things could always be made right. After feeling a sudden sense of calm despite the brewing Clone Wars, he expressed his thanks, despite not knowing if Qui-Gon was responsible for his personal interpretations. During the Clone Wars, the one who had struck down Qui-Gon returned. Darth Maul had survived being cut in two by Kenobi, replacing his lower body with a cybernetic apparatus. The Sith sought revenge on Kenobi for maiming him, and the two fought on several occasions. During one duel, Maul taunted Kenobi with memories of his master's death, making the Jedi briefly give in to anger to strike against his mentor's slayer. During the Clone Wars, Qui-Gon appeared in a vision to Kenobi, Anakin, and Ahsoka Tano on the mysterious planet Mortis, where the Force was strong enough for him to manifest visually, despite his incomplete training. He warned them that powerful beings on this world sought Anakin for his potential as the Chosen One. It was not until the final days of the Clone Wars that Qui-Gon revealed himself fully to Yoda, knowing that the Grand Master was destined to play a significant role in restoring balance to the Force. As shown in the Clone Wars episodes Voices, Destiny, and Sacrifice, the dead Jedi spoke to Yoda through the Force and announced himself as part of the living Force, stunning the ancient master. He guided Yoda to the swamp planet Dagobah, the first step on a series of trials that would test the Grand Master as he had never been tested before. The living Force guided Yoda in the form of glowing fireflies, leading him through the dark swamps to the Force priestesses who guarded the secrets of immortality that Qui-Gon had begun to learn before his death on Naboo. Yoda completed the trials and was deemed worthy of learning the secret of eternal consciousness, with the ancient beings instructing that Qui-Gon would guide his training. After the fall of the Jedi Order and the rise of the Empire, Yoda went into exile on Dagobah to await the time when a new hope would emerge from the darkness. Before departing Coruscant for the last time, he told Kenobi that Qui-Gon had returned from the netherworld of the Force and could teach him the secret as well, offering his former apprentice a chance to transcend death itself and continue guiding the galaxy from beyond the grave. For years, Kenobi could only hear Qui-Gon as a voice in his head while living in exile on Tatooine, watching over the young Luke Skywalker from a distance as the boy grew up on his uncle's moisture farm without knowing his true heritage. Qui-Gon's voice provided comfort until the Maverick Master finally completed his own training and learned to appear physically as a spirit, giving Kenobi company at last. When called upon during Kenobi's exile, Qui-Gon did not see his former apprentice only as the old man he had become, but saw every aspect of the man's past and present at once, including the young Padawan who had doubted himself on their earliest missions, the knight who had lost everything on Mustafar, and the hermit who still carried the light despite all he had suffered. He was in awe of Kenobi's steadfast devotion to the light side of the Force, amazed that he had remained a Jedi despite losing everyone he loved to darkness and destruction. Though Qui-Gon blamed himself for placing the burden of training Anakin on Kenobi before he was ready, Kenobi did not share that blame. Anakin fell to the dark side and became Darth Vader. Kenobi argued that Anakin had all the wisdom needed to choose the light and simply chose otherwise of his own free will, refusing to let his master carry guilt for another's choices. Qui-Gon passed his teachings on to both Yoda and Kenobi, and they used what they learned to help guide Luke Skywalker toward his destiny as the galaxy's new hope for redemption. When Luke finally brought Anakin back from darkness in the throne room of the second battle station, the prophecy was fulfilled at last, as balance came to the Force not through domination or destruction, but through understanding, compassion, and the love of a son for his father. Qui-Gon's philosophy survived when the Jedi Order did not, carried forward by those he had touched. The people of Naboo built a shrine to Qui-Gon's memory, honoring him as a hero who had given everything to save them from the Trade Federation's occupation. Though few on the planet had met the Jedi Master personally, everyone knew his name and the sacrifice he made in the Palace Generator Complex fighting the Sith. For years after the invasion, people lit candles during the yearly memorial for all who had given their lives for Naboo. His teachings passed down through generations of Force users, from Qui-Gon Jinn to Obi-Wan, from Obi-Wan to Anakin, from Anakin to Ahsoka Tano, and from Obi-Wan and Yoda to Luke Skywalker. Qui-Gon Jinn's body burned on a funeral pyre on Naboo, but his spirit endured in the Force he had trusted all his life, continuing to guide those who would listen, even after death claimed his physical form forever.
Quick note before you go, members get early access and a few videos that stay off the main channel. If that's interesting, the link is in the description. Otherwise, here's another video you might like.